All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Chang Gang podcast. This is episode 71 featuring Steve, aka Krushee. Steve, welcome onto the show. How's it going?
Hello, I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Thank you so much again for being a guest. Very, very last minute since I asked you yesterday on the spot. You're the homie we met IRL. This is gonna be super fun.
I'm excited. I am super excited. I'm a little nervous, just a little bit, but we should have some fun.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone usually says that they're nervous when they first start, and then throughout the whole process, maybe an hour or two later, you're gonna be
A
fine.
little more comfortable. Yeah,
Oh,
for sure.
100%. And
Right.
huge shout outs and thank you to all of those in chat for tuning in. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here to support Steve. We're here to learn about his life experiences. There are two commands for this podcast in every single podcast. The first one is exclamation podcast itself. In short, it's a summary of why I do these. It's just for me to get to know my friends on a more personal level, especially those that I meet on this Twitch platform. And secondly, we got exclamation guest, which is a direct link to Steve's Twitch channel. He is a fellow streamer, so feel free to show some love, drop him a follow, and yeah, chat it up with him. All right, without further ado, we're just gonna jump right into this, all right? So,
Okay.
Steve, give us a brief introduction about yourself, include some of your hobbies and interests.
Sure. Well, my name's Steve, aka Krushee. Mostly people that I met online call me Krushee, but I like to say if I get close to you enough, you can definitely call me Steve. Some hobbies of mine are streaming for one thing. I stream Valorant, Rocket League, Apex, majority Valorant, of course. Another hobbies is I used to be really into rock climbing before I injured myself. I actually injured my ankle about last year, did a stress fracture, but I've been trying to work out consistently so I could get back into climbing. Other hobbies are I love playing pool. I say I'm pretty decent at it. I would say like I could hold against the Sharks. I'm like a B tier on it. And just going out, I used to hike a ton of times when especially during COVID, especially since we couldn't really do anything. I used to hike a lot with my cousins, and I haven't hiked in a while, but I would enjoy a hike or two. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, sounds good. So that's more so about your hobbies and interests. How would you describe your personality?
Well, so I actually follow have you heard of like the 16 personalities, like the
Yeah.
Myers-Briggs test?
Yes.
I'm gonna go off that. So I'm an ENFP. That's an extrovert, intuitive, feeling and timely. No, excuse me, perception. So I'm a really big extrovert, as in like I'm not popular by any means, but I do feed off energy of other people. When I'm to myself a lot, or when I'm alone, I kind of get like anxious and like antsy. I just like need to talk to people. I'm very hyper and high maintenance at the same time. I always describe myself as like a golden retriever. Just
Nice.
like
Okay.
when it comes to interacting with people. I'm a very on the spot person. I'm really crappy at. Can we cuss, by the way?
Yes, you can.
I try not to. I try like a little bit.
It's all good though. Just
Okay.
yeah.
I'm very non-organized. I'm very non-structured at all. I'm very like improv. But and I'm definitely in more of a feeling times thinking. So like sometimes like logically speaking, I'm not very good at it. That's not really a strength point. That would like more make action through my feelings rather than my logic, my brain.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. Starting to see it the more that I get to know you. So perfect. All right, so how we're gonna start things off is we're gonna talk about the very beginnings of your life. We're talking about your childhood, well, the day you were born, wherever, however far you could think back to.
Okay.
All right, so give us an overview of what your life was like from your earliest memories, and let's say up until the end of high school, and then I'll ask you specific questions from there.
Okay, and then you can interrupt me anytime.
Yeah, sounds good.
But so I was actually born in San Jose. I don't really remember a lot of my childhood.
Okay.
From third grade. So I was with my parents. My parents got separated in third grade. I don't know if uh, it was this crazy story. I don't know if I'll maybe jump back into it later,
Yeah,
but
sure.
they got separated, and then after third grade. So actually, when I was with my parents, I used to move to city to city a lot every year. So I wasn't really dedicated in the city. Um, we moved to one city to another city, and I remember in summer school. I don't even remember school, which is crazy. I remember, so I used to go. My parents used to force me to summer school, but I hated summer school because I used to get bullied in summer school. I remember this. Now that more thoughts are coming in, I used to like there was these like two kids I remember specifically, where there was days where so I have a brother that's 2 years older than me. And we used to go to the same summer school, but there was these certain days that, like I think it was depending on grade, where like he didn't go and I was there, so they like choose that day when my brother wasn't there to like pick on me. It was a really crappy experience. And then I just remember pretty much summer school going on and off. And then after third grade,
Hmm.
I moved. Basically, my parents separated. My dad was kind of on and off in my life. I was living majority with my mom and my dad's side parents. So I moved in houses between them, and I was in the Central Valley area, all in California. And that's like majority like Caucasian people, and like um it was I was very minority in in that area.
Yeah.
I was like maybe one of three other Asians in my school. And I was not, I was like the kid that I was very everyone thought of me as like the weird kid, in a very negative aspect. Everyone saw me in a negative aspect. I was, no one really, everyone wanted to be my friend to kind of pick on me. From third to eighth grade, I was here, and I kind of
Hmm.
noticed that people were just kind of like teasing me while they had me around. I was kind of like the goofy kid. Um, so they actually marked me in my eighth grade as most unique, but it was like more of a joke, as a roast. They were like kind of teasing me about it.
Yeah.
But you know, I, I was with my siblings at the time, um, and my mom, and since it was a really stressful situation for her, and I guess for everyone, because my dad was very on and off in that time. He like in the very like first couple years he was there with my grandparents, with his parents. But then like he kept mentioning that he was going on these like business trips. He was very vague. It's
Hmm.
like, I'm going to the business trip. I'm going to the business trip. I'm going to the
Okay.
business trip. We're just confused why he was going to these like business trips, quote unquote. And I very distinctly remember that I saw him like 3 times a week to like 2 times a week to like once every other week. And every single time he came, we'd watch a movie. So like that was a really important part of me, because I loved going to movie theaters with my dad as a
Yeah.
kid, and I didn't see a lot of time with him. Fast forward going to eighth grade, we found out that these business trips that he actually found a woman in Vietnam, like kind of secretive, and married her, and brought her to the U.S., to California.
Wow.
So
Hmm.
coming to the end of eighth grade, and so a little back. Um, my brother's 2 years older than me, and my sister's 6 years younger than me, so it's a big gap there. So there was an option where my dad came back to our lives. He was like, "Okay, hey Steve, I have a." He told us that he has a place in Milpitas. We're more than welcome to, live there. And I was like, "Okay, I'm down." Or I was my brother couldn't do it because it was at the start of my high school. My brother was already in high school, so he didn't really want to leave his high school because he was already 2 years and he already made a lot of friends there.
Yeah.
Um, and my little sister was just too young, so my mom was like, "Hell no, you're not taking the little one." So I was the only one that really had the opportunity to choose.
Hmm.
And I really didn't like middle school, and I didn't like it at all. So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll make the change. I miss my dad at the time, and
Mhm.
if comes opportunity for my dad to be more in our lives, I might as well take it a try. Very, very mixed feelings of that, especially towards my mom's side of the family. They were very opposed on that, but I decided to still do it. Um, and then come now, I'm in the Bay Area in high school. I think high school was the best moment of my life. So it was like the best decision of my life was being in Milpitas. I actually I was talking to Wilson. I was like, dude, like there was no like Asian people. There was no people that had the familiar culture I was. So like couldn't really relate to anyone, and I wasn't really getting teased about being an Asian American. So it was cool, and I was like, dude, there's like actual like pretty people, like pretty Asians. It was really cool, and because in middle school I just like crushed on like a bunch of like white girls that I had no zero chance on. But going to the Bay, it was a brand new experience. It was very diverse. um I wasn't judged by the color of my skin, so it was a really good transition. And it was, like I said, the best times of my life. I didn't really have the college experience. I was in a city college for like 3 4 years, and went to a state local college after that. So I didn't really have the college dorm experience that a lot of people had. I didn't have that party experience. So I was very sheltered after high school. you know I don't want to say I peaked in high school, but low key, I'm not gonna say it, but low key. So
Yeah.
I really respect the fact that people people had that college experience, and I really didn't understand it. Maybe that's why I also like was never like really into alcohol or anything like that. I'm super lightweight too. I know you are too. I'm super allergic to that as
What?
well. So I never was into that like party lifestyle. Clubbing, on the other hand, I love clubbing because I love loud music. I love dancing and singing. Like that's the one thing. But the drinking scene, I'll socially drink once or twice, but I was really socially against it for a long time. Senior year of high school, I remember, it was like drinks that was incredibly uncomfortable because it was the
Mhm.
first time like, why is people drinking? But that's and then I after during college, after high school, I worked in the movie theaters. That was my very first job. Met a lot of cool people there. Worked there for 4 years. I think that, and still my opinion, maybe it's
Ooh.
it's definitely super biased. I think the theaters is a great entry level job to start off because you have customer service, you're on your feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Okay, let me stop you there.
sure.
All right. Because the reason why I wanted you to give an overview of your life up until the end of high school is
I was the end
because
of high school. Okay, good. Well, good.
it's because we're gonna talk about everything, all right? But
Okay,
there's
sure.
plenty of questions I have specifics from what you've already told us. But we'll get into that. I'm keeping note of everything. Okay, so back to like childhood family, right?
Okay.
Um, yeah, you gave a overview of what you went through with your like siblings, your parents, but more so about your parents and siblings specifically. What was your relationship with them like back then versus now?
Oh, it was bad. I forgot to mention that it was really bad. We fought all the time. I was probably one of the like very entitled sons. I know that now. And now a future end point of me is taking care of my mom because I was just such a crappy son. I said words I probably shouldn't have said. I was just really like very spiteful to my mom, and
Mhm.
my siblings and I fought continuously. It was a really crappy situation to be living in. That's also another why, because now like we're really close as siblings. The reason why we all like kind of separated, we got closer to each other because we miss each other now, and I
Yeah.
thought it was a really good thing for us to be all separated because I don't know if I what I do if I would still live with my brother and my sister. I would definitely like not love them.
Hmm.
My mom, I can admit I was a pretty shitty son. I said some really really ruthless stuff because I was, like I said, I was a son that misses dad, and I was the middle child, and I have every middle child like stereotype you could think in your head. I was that kid,
Yeah.
100%. So it was hateful against the world, and so I said some really mean things. My mom, she took it like a champ.
Hmm.
Um, and so after that, we developed to get closer. I'm super close to my siblings now, but I wasn't always like that. My brother is 2 years older than me. He is, so I was never as an, and it's a really bad stigma, but I was like really shitty in school. Was never an academically like great child. It's like a C student all to like high school, and you know how big of a stigma that is being an Asian American, especially, well, yeah, just being an Asian American. You have these strict parents and family members that judge you. So I wasn't just judged from parents; I was judged from family members too. I was kind of like, "Don't be this guy. Don't be around this guy," um, because I was just such a like I was a quote unquote bad influence. Because education is what they saw in you only.
Yeah.
Um, so my brother is very opposite. So I was, lived under my brother's shadow for a long time. He's A++ students, super successful as a a physician assistant. He's living on his own with his girlfriend in Southern California. You know, he's a good guy. Everyone loves him.
Mm.
Um, so like I've always had that. Why can't you be like your brother? Every single time like that. Why can't you be like your brother?
Yeah.
Um, and I was kind of outshined for that for the longest time.
I see. Like the black sheep of the family type of ordeal.
Yeah,
Always
100%.
compared.
And then
Yeah.
my sister, she's actually she probably developed all the ugly sides of me and worse. She's very rebellious. I was pretty rebellious, but she's very rebellious.
Mhm.
She kind of saw my route because my brother kind of isolated himself when we were around. Um, and I could probably blame a little bit of myself. I didn't show the best side of me that I could possibly do, and she only sees one male in her family. Her Our dad wasn't around. She was very, and my brother was kind of isolating in the room. So I was that guy. I was the guy for her for a long time. So, um, you know, she was like she saw me only, and
Yeah.
yeah. um, but she was okay in academics, but she's doing well now. She's doing good.
So more so about your sister because you kind of led the way with the rebellious phase, especially how you acted towards your mom. She
Yeah.
kind of grew that way, and were you like responsible for her in that sense?
I
Because
think
I'm
so.
aware that you said you moved with your dad, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, so you were like separated from them.
Yeah.
So how did that
and
go down?
and it was um I think now I have a better relationship with my dad. I have a pretty good relationship with my dad now, but it wasn't like that at all. Even when I was living with them, it was just bickering back and forth because my education was that as it was just constantly always arguing with each other. And um, my sister was always, the golden child until she wasn't.
Yeah.
She was, she's the little one. She's a little girl, right? She's the princess. So that's not how my dad saw her in a bit. And then when she got rebellious, because she blames the fact that and it was a very crucial moment of her life. You're developing as a little one. You need your father there. So she had a lot of resentment through
Mhm.
her dad. So she went through a lot of mental issues. So like professional help, and sh- you know because of what happened. And I kind of look at myself, and you want to take slight responsibility for that, because I there were some rough times, and I didn't really notice because she was very to herself because I was always a lot to myself too,
Yeah.
of that resentment. So I didn't really know until everything kind of just exploded.
Mhm. I see. Well, to be clear, when you moved from Central, like the Central Valley, to live with your dad, how
Hmm.
often did you see your siblings, and how often did your dad like see them?
So at that time, my brother went off to college in SoCal, so we didn't see him a lot, but we still saw my sister. They still saw each other in the beginning a lot.
Mhm.
Not anymore. So my sister and my stepmom were not on good terms at all. They don't like each other. Very big drama between that, but
Okay.
yeah, it gets kind of messy. But yeah, that's the main reason why she doesn't live with us right now.
Mhm.
Um, it's because of that. But yeah, they did definitely see each other a decent amount of times. It just like it developed into things where my dad treated when she started growing up and started being rebellious, she treated her like it was me, and that's not the way you do it. Um,
Yeah, I see.
yeah,
Okay, so that means once you started living with your dad, was there a time when your sister moved in? Is that what you're trying to say? Or
yeah, she did
okay,
move in for a little bit.
got it.
She was living with us for a little bit, for a couple years, but things didn't end up working out. She was definitely so her situation was definitely more different than mine in that case, where I was strictly living with them, but she was kind of bouncing back and forth with her
I
mom and
see.
dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. All right, and more so about just growing up in that like household. It's whatever you want to get into because these are just curiosity questions.
Sure.
Um, while you were in the third grade, that's when you said your parents divorced, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that like transpiring? Did you like what was your understanding of my mom and dad were going to split up? Like, and
Um,
when it happened, what was like the initial, reaction?
I mean, I'm a dumb little kid, man. Like, I didn't really worry about it, but um, I did start seeing them argue a lot. And
Okay.
um, as a person who doesn't understand Vietnamese at all or never really did,
Hmm.
they were mostly arguing Vietnamese, and things got pretty intense. Now that I look back at it, I didn't really think of it as much, but things got pretty intense towards the end of or beginning of third grade, and there was a lot of bickering, a lot of arguing, and was not a healthy situation for everyone. I barely remember this, to be honest, but I remember a little bit of it. I remember my mom's side parents always stepped in. They were always in the house and they were always arguing back too. So I don't know what the cause was or the effect of it, but I remember my mom's side grandparents was heavily involved with this too.
Yeah, I see. And then that's when the split happened. Eventually, you moved in, but
Yeah,
you
I
moved
think
with your dad, and you said in eighth grade.
um, no. I moved with my yes to the Bay in eighth grade. Yes.
Okay.
But I think the day that I finally noticed, okay, my parents are going to split up.
Mhm.
So, so we moved in the house. Actually, ironic enough, in Fremont, a long ass time ago. I don't even remember the house, and um, I lived here because remember I told you that we lived like in a different city like once a year.
Yeah, yeah, you jumped around.
Yeah. So Fremont was the last place that we stayed at before my parents separated,
Mhm.
and there was a very specific day I remember. So our house was going through renovation, and there was a lot of construction workers here that was working on our house while we were still living there. And there was one specific construction worker that tried to get really close with me and Alan. Like he bought us like fucking wiener schnitzels and like so random. He bought us like movie DVDs and shit like that.
Okay.
He was a really cool guy at the time, right? And I noticed it now that my mom got close to him. But basically, what happened was my mom got an affair with this dude. Um, with the construction worker at the time.
Yeah.
And my dad basically found out about it. And I remember a specific night where my mom was out, and my dad was pissed, and he basically took me and my brother to a house. And it ended up being the construction worker's house, and um, we saw my mom's car there. So we went back to the house, and he was on the phone yelling, screaming. And then, like, I think like 1 hour after that, it was like probably 8, 9 p.m. I'm just chilling, laying down on the carpet. I think my brother was in his room or something, and we just heard like a loud bang on the door.
Yeah.
And we're like, what the hell? And we kind of ignored it. And then we heard a bang twice, boom, boom, pretty loud. Like, what the heck was that? And then finally we heard a bang, bang, bang. The door got broken in. It was the construction worker with my mom there. And like, basically, he went inside the house. He was pissed. My dad and him fought physically at my house in my backyard. I had a dog at the time. And like, that was the last time I saw that dude. But basically, he broke in. They fought, and I think he ran off because my dog at the time bit him. That's my understanding. So I was like really afraid because my dad screamed at me and my brother to call the police. I was really scared. I started crying, went up inside the closet and hid, while my brother, like, he decided to. He was like, he was more proactive. He went outside, screamed at neighbors to call the police, and police eventually came. I think the guy ran off. I don't even know if he ever got caught. I don't know what the fuck happened to him after. I've never seen him in my life. And then that was kind of the end of it. And then next thing you know, I'm staying with my grandpa's house.
Yeah. And then everything followed up afterwards. Like, they split, and you started living there years later.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I'm both sides of my grandparents I saw a lot, and I'm very close to both sides a lot too, because they split up.
I see. Okay, so continuing with the story, a few years later, what was your initial thought and reaction when you found out about your stepmom, when she came into the picture?
Dude,
how
I hated it.
how were you introduced?
Yeah, I remember seeing her from time to time. I did not, obviously, even as a young person, you're gonna think, oh, this is the person that ruined our family, right?
Was this before 8th grade or before the move?
I think I met her before 8th grade, but I saw her. I met her,
okay,
and talked to her 8th grade, and was really BM, because I think it was my last day in 8th grade, and there's no one else that could pick me up besides her, and she picked me up, and that was my first interaction with her. So it was so awkward car ride, and I just remember that car ride being really weird, and I was just like, why is this lady picking me up from my car? So that's my first interaction with her. I was really opposed to it, and it was my mom's side, of course, a lot too, and they were mad talking crap about her, right? Because they're on my mom's side, so my mom's parents hated her, and everyone on my mom's side just hated her, and said she was a witch and things like that. So that's the thought I had, and that's how I was going forward. And age gap wise, she's a lot younger compared to my mom and my dad. Well, my dad's older than my mom, and she's older. She's a lot younger, so that was kind of like a stigma too, right? So yeah, it was really weird for me to kind of get closer, but she was really caring, and she took us in, and we have a pretty good relationship. Obviously sometimes we bicker, but for the most part we have a good relationship.
Gotcha. All right, so that's a gist of what the family life was like at that time. Little more about family specifically. So I know your family is traditional, like you mentioned that, but how did they handle discipline?
Close family or what?
Yeah,
You
like
still
your
talking about like
parents.
parents?
Yeah, parents.
How they handle discipline? I was so like there was no like grounding, right? I was just like if I did bad in school or I did something bad in school, there's like a Vietnamese thing called Gui. And you just like get on your knees on the rug and you just like kind of like you know you like face a wall.
Yeah.
That's what I did pretty much. I mean that's like discipline too. Like they took away like gaming devices, of course, things like that too.
Mhm.
Um, when I was in high school, it was pretty bad. They like cut off the internet. I was hella pissed off. I was like, "How dare you?" But yeah, that's what they did. That was like kind of like their their punishing thing.
Yeah, I see.
Hmm.
Okay, and for your like ethnic background, is most of your family like Vietnamese? Like what was
Yeah,
spoken at home for you at
yeah,
least?
yeah. Mostly spoken at home with Vietnamese. I was never ever fluent at it. I definitely understood it more when I was younger, but
Yeah.
I was never really good at it.
Oh, okay, so you spoke to your family in English?
Uh, Parents always English.
Mhm.
Grandparents I try to speak like really rough Vietnamese, but I try my best.
Yeah. All right, for sure. Moving on a little more towards like the school academic life, you mentioned
Mhm.
that you weren't the best, like C's
No,
throughout
not at
school.
all.
Um,
Uh,
must have been like it probably had to do with your upbringing, right?
Maybe I'm not gonna blame anyone else. I mean, yeah, sure, we could blame it. I don't know exactly why. Um, I just was a very lazy person in school. I hated
Mm,
doing homework. I hated doing assignments. The only thing that like kind of I was always really good at math as a kid.
yeah.
Uh, Stereotype. Anyways, I was always really good at math. So like,
Uh-huh.
these tests. Um, I was always just passing tests, but never did like homework. I was like, ew, So I wasn't like it wasn't I struggled like unintentionally. Like I tried really hard in school. I can never say that. I never really tried in school. That was
Yeah.
like the thing about me. Um, I just had no motivation of learning in school.
Mhm.
I was always just like always wanted to like be everyone's friend in school. That was like my biggest goal.
So aside from academics, what else were you involved in? Like any sports in particular or clubs and activities?
High school was a lot more involved.
Mhm.
Um, like elementary, middle school, not as much. So like eighth grade, there was a guy that moved in that was really into breakdancing, b-boying. Cool ass dude.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, this guy's hella cool. I want to get into b-boying. So, and I always loved to dance. I was never good at dancing, but I always loved to dance. So I was like, damn, this guy's kind of cool. I kind of want to be in like, I kind of want to try b-boy now. So,
Yeah.
after he moved, I went to high school in the Bay Area. There was a hip hop club. So that was like one of the first clubs I joined. And I was the new kid in high school. I didn't have any friends. So I joined the hip hop club. And the only like table I was sitting with was like, I was a freshman. I was only sitting with like juniors and seniors because they were the only ones that took me in. I was like the little baby brother in the group. And I never had physical strength. I was always scrawny and
Yeah.
very weak as a kid. Um, very weak and very unathletic. I had no unathletic in my bone. I wish I did, but not the best of genes. I'm the tallest in the family, being 5'7", so you could imagine that already. um,
Mhm.
so we don't really have an athletic family. Well, my brother was in sports in high school, but he went to the gym pretty early on. Um, but I was always in high school. After I got a little more comfortable with meeting a lot of different people, um, I was very involved with like I joined the link crew. I did like um, this thing called I was like in the Spirit Week where like it's called Battle of the Tribes in Milpitas High School. I was really into that.
Yeah.
Not Battle of Tribes. Holy
The classes or what?
yeah. It's Battle of Classes like the oh my god, like the Trojan War, pretty much. I think that's about yeah, whatever it's called. Anyways, it's like all the classes versing against each other in spirit,
Yeah, it's
right?
Spirit
So I
Week.
was
Yeah.
really into that after junior year because I had friends into that. It was in a whole bunch of different clubs. I had like whole bunch of Filipino friends. So I was in the Filipino club. You know, I was still in the hip hop club for every year, but I got less motivated to b-boy. Rather, I was like, okay, I like this choreo stuff. It doesn't require a lot of strength. You know, technique I'm a little roughy duffy in, but you know, it's still a lot of fun. So, you know, I got into dancing still. I was still like doing performances, and you know, I love the feeling of a performance being being the star, you know.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was a cool feeling. I had a lot of fun. Did a lot of performances in high school, and you know, I was there was a lot of love expressed towards me. Maybe in a meme way. Maybe it was like, oh, that's fucking Steve right there. But you know, it definitely like built this confidence that I had. Um, and that's why I can't never like say that I didn't have like my best time there, because you know, that's where I got my confidence. I was never a confident kid, right? I was always getting shut down. So you know, when people were like, "Ah, oh, this guy's kind of cool," I was like, "Okay, I'll take that." So um, you know, the less attention I really got in my younger years, I got more. So I was always seeking that attention, and the biggest attention seeker in the world right now. So I feel like sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, this is you said after your junior year when you started like joining all these things.
Yeah. Yeah. During high school for sure. I was a lot more involved in school activities. Never in sports,
Okay.
but you know.
Speaking of like the b-boy scene, right? Just out of
Yeah.
curiosity, because you're like in the area, is your school the one that had the group like called Cloud9?
Cloud9.
Yeah, like the b-boy squad, or do you remember what it's called?
There was a crew called Rhythm Rascals. I don't know
Okay.
about Cloud9.
Probably older, for sure. So you were like a style head?
Yeah, trying to be. I was like a b-boy, and like the only thing I could do was like a 9-step barely, because I couldn't hold myself. Like I
Uh-huh.
couldn't even fucking do a baby freeze, and the baby freeze was like the very first thing you should learn as a b-boy. I couldn't do it
Got you.
because I had no strength. I was like, how do
Yeah.
people do this? There, but so I decided to do like the popping round. I was really into that,
Mhm.
and like choreo and things like that. That was like more intrigued than, you know, I have friends now that are like real good dancers, like actual dancers, not me. So I'd always just be like the cheerleader of them.
Yeah.
I go to their events, their actual events.
Gotcha. And in regards of everything you were involved with, like those clubs, even like the battle of classes, do you have
Yeah.
like a one of your favorite memories that you could think of right now of your time in high
Uh,
school?
one of my favorite memories was, um, I was doing an event for everyone, and it was, you know, my one of my turns to compete, and you know, usually they would scream seniors or 2013 or seniors, but everyone was screaming Steve Dow, Steve Dow, Steve Dow, like the whole like crowd of like
Yeah.
300 plus people. I was like, damn, like this is fucking awesome. um it just like screaming your name. I mean, that's a good feeling. I can't take that back. So you know, it's a little shameless, but that was definitely a feeling. I'm like, fuck, like I missed that.
It's okay. It's the memories.
It's definitely the memories, yeah. The performance memories. I don't know. It's just something about a performance of like being. It's your time to shine. It's your time to compete.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm competitive, so um, you know, I got that underdog mentality always. So you know, when it's your time to shine, I'll soak it all in.
Yeah, considering that all of this happened mostly after like your junior year, what was your life like in high school before that? Like what made your like the switch flip?
Just the friends I met, man. Like I said, so like I wasn't really talking to anyone after my in my class my freshman year. I was just a fucking little boy that was trying to, you know, like, can I be your friend, please? You know, I was like trying to be the people pleaser, and you know, was like loud and said really stupid jokes and just should try to get attention. So like people thought I was annoying. Well, people still think I'm annoying, right? But more
Okay.
annoying and more intolerable.
Yeah.
At the beginning of high school. Um, and then I got to meet people actually my grade, and I was like, and they were in this club, so I was like, I want to join it too.
Got it. All right. So you talked about, or you mentioned one of the subjects that I like talking about, especially when it comes to school.
Uh-huh.
So bullying, right? You were bullied a lot, especially during summer school in Central
Yeah.
Valley for being a minority.
Yeah.
You could probably include that, but talk about some of the stories of how you kind of experienced it and what did you do to like overcome it and get past it.
Man, I just like cry myself to sleep sometimes. I was really young, man. It was like first, second grade, man. But like one vivid experience, it's so like fucked. I remember it. Um, I remember in because I remember I told you, I think let's just say it was like a Tuesday, Wednesday. So I was like with my brother like Tuesday, but the next day he wasn't with me for whatever reason. I totally forgot.
Yeah.
So they pick on me. They fucking targeted me Wednesday, like, oh, your brother's not around, right? So what they did is they pushed me on the ground and they very vivid memory. It was fuck. I don't know how I still remember this, but they like poked me with the stick. They found a stick. They were poking me with it, and they had this. They found a mushroom on the grass, and they forced me to eat that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was it was crazy, man. But it's all good. Well, how did I get past it? I mean, I just kind of had to tolerate it. Like, um, I never talked to my parents about it,
Mhm.
and maybe I should have, but I was just like, "Can I not go to summer school anymore?" And they're like, "Oh no, you're struggling in school, or you need to do better in school, so that's why you go to summer school." And they had a valid point, for sure, but I never explained to them why I wanted to get out of summer school. I fucking
Mhm.
hated those kids, man. L kids,
Yeah.
actually. I hope one of these fucking times they played Valorant, I just shit on them and shit talk them. That's what I wish sometimes. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay.
Just talk my shit. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Screw bullies. Got you.
Yeah, L bullies actually.
All right. So aside from bullying, have you ever found yourself in a physical altercation or a fight?
Um, yes.
All right. What's the story
Um,
behind that?
so, um, a cup, not very minuscule. Like I wasn't like, I was a delinquent, but not much of a delinquent. But, I was in there was a physical alteration in high school. I'm very kind of boring. I kind of like I said, I want to be everyone's friends, but there's always there was like a weird kid in my freshman year,
Mhm.
and look, this is like and maybe I was definitely in the fault for sure, but I was like kind of making jokes, and um, there was a class specifically where there was older kids and like junior seniors, and there are obviously junior seniors there in that class because they're like delinquents too, like not the best, smartest, brightest kids, so they were like teasing on this like weird kid in class. Everyone thought was weird, and that was kind of I was kind of with the older kids because I just want to get make fun of. I want to be, I want to be cool too, quote unquote. Fucking weird term, but anyways. So I was kind of like, kind of bagging them too a little bit, and then after that class session, I remember he pulled me aside, and he was like, "Hey, I don't want you to ever talk about me again." He punched me in the chest, fucking. And then I just like kind of took it there, and I was like, fuck. I remember like I was like, what was I doing? Like why was I agreeing with those guys? Like I know how that guy feels. Like I was there.
Yeah.
Um, Physical alterations, I probably could have done more. Especially sophomore year. Um, a kid did want to fight me. I never fought him, but he really wants to fight me. So I wasn't in the best friend group. Let's just say that. Wasn't the smartest friend group. Specifically, a character I got close with. because of mutuals. He was a really bad influence. You know, um, anyways, there was a quiz. I had a there was a during a test time in chemistry. I didn't study at all. So he just told me just like go to the pretend like you're sick or something. Tell him you need to go to the nurse's office. So okay, fuck. I wasn't ready for this test. So I went to the nurse's office, and this kid really hated me. So he actually asked and it's because I was loud and like saying random jokes, and I was behind him, and he told me to shut up a couple times. And he was also kind of very antisocial kid too, and he just like was like one of those guys that like hated everyone.
Got it.
And I refused. I was like, no, I'm not gonna shut up. I'm gonna crack my jokes and be obnoxious. And then he actually switched to a different teacher. So same period. So how the classes worked in my high school was that each classroom was connected in a middle hallway. Okay. So he was basically transferred to across the hallway to a different teacher.
Yeah.
So what me and my friend decides he wants to do is go to that specific classroom because there's homies in that classroom. Just say what's up to them during the test time. Okay.
Test time. Okay.
My teacher fucking comes in that classroom, and I'm hiding because I'm fucking scared of my life. Okay. He knows what's up. He yells across the classroom to my teacher. He's like, I'm gonna say, Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Steve's right here, He's trying to dodge your test. And then I get caught, and it was all bad. But anyways, yeah, a lot of people were on my side. He was like, F this kid, like no one likes him anyways, and things like that. I was like, it was my fault. But he really wants to fight me. He asked to fight me. I said no, and because if I said yes, people were going to jump in for me and basically jump him, and I did not want that to happen.
Yeah.
So I said no.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Was that it, or were there more stories?
Like physical altercations, yeah. And like I said, I was just trying to get. I was just a kid trying to get, trying to get along with everyone, man. I was never a spiteful kid. I was just obnoxious. That was my only issue. I was very obnoxious. I'm still slightly obnoxious. I'm a little better. But I'm definitely more aware.
Okay.
Of my surrounding. So yeah, I wasn't really into beef or anything like that. The drama was very no drama for me. The only drama I had in high school was like my crushes never had a crush on me back. That was the only issue. But other than that, I was good.
Okay. So other than fights, briefly talk about the most serious injuries you've ever had. So it could even be as of recent. You mentioned your ankle.
Yeah.
You can talk more about that and whatever else.
Serious injuries I've had, definitely my ankle. So it was actually on 2020, beginning of 2020. I don't know what exactly happened. That was the weird thing about it. So like I just got a job at that time, and it was like during the pandemic. So like I haven't worked since like 7 months or anything like that. So I just got this job, and my very first day of getting hired, I like kind of tweaked my foot in the office. I didn't really think about it much. And then I woke up to this like insane amount of pain, like 3 a.m. I was like, dude, this like I've sprained my ankle before, I've twisted my ankle before, but this one was like painful. So I went to the ER, and they just say, oh, it's a sprain, just ice it, and then try to get back on your feet after 4 days or after 3 days, which I tried that, but turned out was actually a terrible fucking idea. Because ER people, realistically, if you're not dying or like not really really sick, they want to like kick you out, right? They want to leave you.
Yeah.
So I wasn't dying, you know, I was okay. Just
Mhm.
my ankle was fucking terrible. So they're like, okay, you're okay. You're just sprained your ankle. Just recover in 3 days. Try to get back on your feet, which I did. But
Okay.
basically, re-agitated it, and I actually found out that it was a stress fracture. So I made it worse by trying to walk on it earlier. So it took it some time to actually recover from that, and I was pretty active rock climbing and hiking at that time. So it was a really big setback for me in the physical, because like you know I started caring um, years like maybe 3 4 years ago about like my physical appearance, and you know starting to work out, and you know it was like trending upwards, and this happened. I was like, fuck, like this is really disappointing.
I see.
Yeah.
And so, how long did it take for it to heal?
Fully about a year and a half, 2 years.
Sheesh.
Yeah, fully. I went to PT for a little bit, a while, but I probably could have, but I didn't have a job for a while. So that job didn't last very long. Um, and I didn't have insurance at the time because I had no employer or anything like that.
Mhm.
Um, and you know, so I was like, I just kind of have to tank it and try to find a job with benefits. And I eventually found one during last year, October, September, and went to PT for it, and it feels a lot better now, so which is nice.
Was there any other injuries other than the ankle?
Yeah, so I have chronic back pain too. And there was actually a time during college where I still don't know what happened, and I still
Mhm.
don't know what's going on. But basically, there was like this instance where I started feeling pain. Like I always had like back issues, but it was like creeping up and radiating to my chest, and it was really really painful. And I don't know exactly what it is. Was it just like a really bad spasm, maybe? But I actually went to like the medical center a couple times for that. I went to the ER like late at night because I was really scared of what was happening, and you know they like no device or anything like could find anything. So maybe I was just being a big baby and I had like a lot of muscle spasms, but I never really had that before. So it was really, and I was scared because it was close to my chest.
Yeah.
So, and I still to this day don't know what happened, but that was that was a pretty, I would say, pretty serious issue too. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, you figure that out, like, so it doesn't
Yeah.
happen again.
And well, and also, I mean, in like I told you about, so 3 weeks ago I did get nose surgery. I did a septoplasty.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So sunlight. So I noticed that my face was getting really stuffed filling, for whatever reason, and I knew it was my sinuses that were like stuffing my face. So um, it just felt like it was really swollen inside my cheeks and inside my forehead, and it was just like really stuffy feeling. It was really, really terrible feeling, and I didn't know what was the issue for it. And I talked to a teacher. Excuse me, doctors, and I finally talked to an ENT doctor, and they realized that you know they did the little CAT scan. They realized that these they're called turbulence in your nose, like right next to your sinuses. That those were like big, and those are basically filters to your nose, and they were like really stuffed. So basically, what he did was he cut it, and I had a deviated septum because of that, because it pushed my septum like a little bit diagonal,
Mhm.
and you know he fixed it a little bit and straightened that out and gave me a little more support on my bridge. So I've been feeling a lot better since. It's been 2 weeks and it feels great.
Wow. So, like, after the procedure, like, did it hurt at all, or?
Yeah, it was, well, yeah, but it's a very, so the cool thing about like septoplasties, it's really quick on recovery time.
Okay.
And it only took a couple of days. The only like bad thing about it was that like your nose would leak like the first couple of days, and like you had a long ass tube inside your nose. But other than that, like it was like very small things. Like you could get back to work pretty quickly, which was nice. I didn't have to take a lot of time off.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you've been through quite a bit. Definitely gotta stay healthy. I know you're more focused on your physique and health, so Good
Yeah,
stuff.
definitely the last year and a half, I've been heavily focused and spent a whole bunch of money on just taking care of my health, man. Like physical, mental, like anything, just to just to get through the days.
All right. So back to the high school topic, just wrapping
Okay,
it
sure.
up. So you kind of talked about this, but I want to hear it in your own words. What
Yeah.
was your overall high school stereotype?
High school stereotype.
Yeah.
Oh, like what people thought about me.
Yep. What were you
Must
seen
have been like,
as? There's
yeah,
like the
like
jocks,
yeah,
etc.
like
etc.
man, fucking Steve. Like that's like the number one thing that people probably talked about me was like I was like well known definitely through my class. Like people knew me from like a friend or just knew me. I was definitely the loud and goofy kid. I mean, goofy is like the number one word, but I was just a really goofy guy. I was like definitely like teacher's nightmare. They always have like a love hate like relationship every time because I was like the the bad kid, but I was funny, and you know they'd always show me tough love, and I appreciate all the teachers in Mopitas. It was definitely after like high school and after college, I there was like these changes that I had to get used to, and but high school I was just definitely the goofy kid.
Gotcha. And then the last question about high school: did you end up going to your homecoming or prom?
My homecoming. No, like the reunion or that homecoming.
Like the dance, homecoming dance.
No, I didn't. Fuck, I fucking should have, but no, I didn't go homecoming dance. That's the thing I fucking regret the most is not going to enough dances. I went to junior prom and it was a shitty experience. I can tell you that story real quick if you want to hear it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I had a really big crush on this girl, right?
Mhm.
And she got a date. I was like, oh fuck, okay. And then I asked another girl out. She said yes. She catted on me like a week after. I was like, oh god damn it. I paid for everything too. I paid for both tickets. Like, oh man, sad. I'm not going to junior prom anymore. And then and next thing you know, it some girl asked me as a friend if I wouldn't want to be her date. And I was, oh god, okay, this is so mean of me, and this is messed up for me. And I said maybe because I didn't know if I was gonna still go. Now, a week after, another friend, and these is both platonic relations, like no romantic interest. I'm pretty sure for both of them. The second girl asked me, and I said yes without thinking about the first one that asked me. So I felt really fucked up that I said yes to the second girl. So I decided to go, and this person during prom was the worst dates ever. If she ever watches, I'm sorry, but you're the worst. It's high school. I'll get over it. You're the best.
Double downing, yeah.
Was the worst. I mean the worst, Wilson. Okay, first off, she was 2 hours late from the venue. Okay, so
Ooh.
let me get that started. So you know how in junior prom, you want to take pictures before you actually go to the event.
Yeah.
So you went to like a specific area where you go to school, or you hire a photographer and you want to take these cute ass pictures. Well, we couldn't do that shit because their makeup took 3.5 fucking hours. And when we got, so we're like, okay, we can't initially go to the place that we wanted to go to. So the best place to take pictures was a bus stop because they only had lighting there. And the pictures turned out like really like really mid,
Okay.
Like, wasn't the best, and I was really crabby the fact that she was really late. And after the junior prom, we basically just ditched each other. Bro, it was so bad. I remember being so sad because all I saw, and I was by myself, I saw the chick that I had a huge crush on was dancing with another dude. And I was just fucking big sad the whole time. Oh my god, why was I so sad? I'm such a loser. Holy shit. But yeah, it was a bad experience. So I decided not to go senior prom. And I probably should have, I probably would have had a better time at senior prom, but because I had just a sour experience with junior prom, I didn't decide to go my senior ball.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you Like never spoke to that girl ever like
No,
after,
we're cool still, kind of.
but you never talked about it.
No, never, ever.
Okay,
Oh my god, no, 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 no.
that's hilarious. All good. Okay, so before we actually talk about your work experiences, right?
Uh-huh.
Give a brief overview of your life after high school up until today, because we're gonna talk about a lot of things like
Okay.
we'll talk about like Twitch and social media later down the line. But yeah, just
Okay.
give us an overview of what happened after.
After high school or what?
Yeah, up until today.
Up until today.
Just an overview, because I got a lot of questions.
Oh shit. Oh my god, that's such a long time. Holy shit, that was 9 years ago. That's a 9 year. You want me to explain 9 years in a brief? Okay.
Yeah, you explained 18
So
years
you don't want to explain
briefly.
my job still? You just want to explain like friends and things like that?
Yeah, because I have very specific questions, all
Okay,
relative to
sure.
that later.
So like a couple years after high school, so basically, in due time, you still like have a couple friends from high school. I mean, 9 years after graduation is a long time. So maintaining a relationship after high school it's a lot of work, and
Yeah.
obviously there's these people that are from high school that I haven't seen in a while. But like, if I ever fucking say what's up to them, or if we ever hung out again, it'd be like nothing ever changed, nothing ever left. I will still have those relationships. But
Of course.
you in due time meet more people, whether it's work, mutual friends, hobbies, whatever it is. um, you meet these different people, right? And I met a lot of people through work initially. So a lot of people who I was associating myself with between 2013 2015 was a lot of people from the movie theater. I hung out with pretty much everyone I knew from the movie theater, and some people from high school. um, so I got to close with very specific people. And um, we're just talking about like friendships, right? We're not talking about like
Yeah, because I have topics for relationships and the social life
God,
aspects.
okay, sure,
But
sure.
the reason why I'm
Okay,
asking you for an overview is so I have more questions to ask you based on what you say. Yeah,
okay.
don't even worry about it.
Sounds good. And then after the theaters, I gone to a job at a go-karting place, because of friends I met through mutual friends. And I got really close to these guys because they had a common interest in me. And I was they were into video games and Magic the Gathering, the card game. I was the most casual and like probably the biggest fucking noob ever. I'm like, probably, like, if you want to like describe ranks, if you guys don't know Magic the Gathering, I was for sure like a bronze rank Magic the Gatherer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was
Okay.
bad, but I
Yeah.
loved it. Like, I loved it. I collected. I like had the cards I played. Um, so we had a common interest, and then I actually met these guys online because my cousin actually borrowed my Steam account because he was too broke. So he actually played CS:GO with these guys. And they're from his high school that were in Fremont, and I moved to Fremont after high school. So if I to mention, but after Milpitas High School, we moved to Fremont, um, which is like a city above. But basically, my um, so I have a cousin that was in the Central Valley with me. He's a 2 year younger than me, but he's like my best friend. He's like my ride or die. Like, I was really close with him because we were kind of paired up in everything together. And he actually moved to the Bay Area before I did. So we moved away from each other for like years. And then I got to rekindle my relationship with him when I moved here after high school, which was nice. So he actually was the guy that borrowed my Steam account because he didn't had no money, and I had CS:GO, and the guys played CS:GO. So randomly, I was like, okay, I'm taking my fucking account back. And it was so funny because he was so mad at me because he bought like knives and skins. I had like some cool ass knives, and all this sucker is my skins now. Anyways,
Yeah.
anyways, they invited me thinking it was him, right? I was like, oh, I'm not him. And then they're like, oh, it's okay, you want to play still? I was like, fuck it, why not? He's like, we'll carry you. And they just ended up carrying me, and I got really close with them. and it was a really good experience, man. I got really close to all those group of friends, and it was nice for a while. And then from people from that group, they actually were managers for the go-karting facility, um, and then I worked there after the theaters because I was getting kind of tired. I worked there for like 3 years. It was like, they were actually considering moving me as management position for a while, but I was kind of spiteful that I probably shouldn't have left the theaters before I got promoted, but they were gonna offer a promotion for me, but basically I got spiteful because I thought a guy that worked less hard than me got the job, and the only reason why he got the job is because he's like close friends with one of the senior managers there. But anyways, I left and went to the go karting facility and started working with my friends, and I think that was a bad decision. Reason being is because you're in a workplace where it's a very high stress situation sometimes, and those friends become your boss. So it gets a really interesting, tension filled relationship when shit goes wrong. When you fuck up, it's like a bad thing. It's like, he doesn't know when to talk to you as a manager, as a friend.
Yeah.
So it's a shitty thing for me and him. And I was kind of like, fuck, like I don't like the fact that he's like speaking over me like that. Like he's a lot old, he's older than me. I get it. He was like a brother to me, but like at the same time, he like consistently talked down to me because I was a new guy, and it was like a really bad feeling, and I hated that feeling. Um, and I love the guy to death, even still. And, we're not in a good relationship anymore, but like it was just not a healthy relationship to have as like that. And then I got really into. So actually, one of those guys that I got close to in Le Mans, or met through the go karting facility, was into Twitch streaming. Just got into Twitch streaming, so I was like, okay, this Twitch thing is kind of cool. I kind of went to Twitch before. I used to follow like Pro League a little bit back in the days. I was like, that's cool. I'm gonna support my friend doing Twitch streaming. And then I saw a couple of his streams. I was like, that's kind of fun. He's very entertaining. I was like, I think I could be pretty entertaining in streaming too. So I kind of got into it too. And during 2016, I just streamed the stream for like close friends, so I get like 3 viewers max, 4 viewers max, whatever. Like, it was just fun to do, right? Like, I love to see like I love that the fact my close friends were watching me, right? um, so it was very casual, very cute, very fun. And I guess I didn't really get more serious until streaming, or I actually wanted to try. I was like, I could actually get viewers in this. Probably not till COVID. Because I got pretty cool with another group of friends from my brother. During COVID time, I because I get to play a lot of games. I would say from 2018 to 2020, or 2017 to 2020. Around that time, I was just strictly work. I worked at a job where like it was just like big hours, very underpaid, and I was just like slaving for my job. So I didn't really have a lot of time to play with the homies. So during that time, I was just like grind mode, grind mode, grind mode. So during 2020 when COVID happened, it was kind of like, it's kind of a shitty thing to say, but it was kind of like a break.
Yeah.
For me, and I quit the job I worked for like 3+ years, and it was kind of like a release feeling because I met the game Valorant. The game, I don't know what the fucking call it. I downloaded the game Valorant. I was like, oh, this is like CS:GO. It's cool. With abilities, it's like Overwatch and CS:GO. I played Overwatch. I played CS:GO. I'm down with it. It was bad in the beginning of it. I mean, I'm still kind of meh, whatever. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. I played with the homies. And sometimes my homies could be just as competitive or more competitive than me, or less competitive. So sometimes playing with close homies is sometimes not the right play for me, because, or at the time, you know, you're more prone to get toxic when like have these expectations. I think I'm a lot better in it now, but stuff got really heated, and you know, things got taken personal and things like that. But during 2022, during COVID, when I was like unemployed and kind of just chilling from home playing Valorant, my brother had like friends from his college that like he knew from mutual friends, a whole bunch of people, and they did these like in houses that I did. So I met this like group of people for doing in houses of Valorant and got cool with them for a while. And those are like the Discord homies, also the Discord group. And then I discovered that and this is kind of how where Wilson's in the picture too. Eventually is when I met Kev Jumma's community, um, and his Twitch community. I was like, fuck, like, and this was when I was streaming a little bit more, so people knew me from the stream too, and they shouted me out on stream during Kevin's community. So Kev Jumma did these gaming communities, and then he specifically hosted the one I really cared about was the Valorant one at the time, and that was like every Saturday he did this in houses through his community, and I got really cool with them, and I got really cool with the community. So I was like, I got close with them, and then I met Annie, aka Chowie, because she joined one of the communities, and I forgot why exactly. Oh, because she was like the only streamer that was fucking live. It was like 3 a.m. or some shit like that, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna visit, say what's up, and then got really. And then she kept inviting me to games, and I was like, okay, fuck, I'm down. And then eventually, Wilson, I met Wilson because we did a 10-man randomly, and I joined this guy's stream. I was like, this guy's really cool, and he wants to like get cool with everybody. I was like, fuck, like that was my goal. Like I wanted to do that. I wanted to get cool with everybody, and I love the fact that you're actually meeting these. I really look up to the fact that you're meeting these people in real life, and building a relationship with them. And I looked up to that. I was like, fuck, this guy's dope. I want to be cool with them.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So that's where you're at today. Like
that's where I'm at today.
All right, wonderful overview. Thank you for that. So, was there no like college scene for you, or what happened?
Well, see, the college was like, my mind was not in college. I'm not gonna lie. I was a really shitty college student.
Commuter
I didn't meet a lot of people in college. Not very someone notable. Because I was in a community college for such a long time, and I went to state college, CSU college.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a college. I was like in and out. And I just like my mind wasn't there.
It wasn't for you.
Just to do it, huh?
Wasn't really for you, like.
No, it wasn't. Well, school wasn't really for me. I know a lot of people say it, but I just can't have zero intention span to focus on school. And I did my job in it, and college was, and it was cool because college was kind of like it was like, you get a little pay a little bit too, a little financial aid. So I was like, fuck it, I'll get some money.
Yeah, take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly did it for the financial aid for the most part. I mean, I like career wise, just like a lot of people, I didn't really know what to do. I just knew that I liked talking a lot, and I guess the number one thing I could thank the go-karting community is that I wouldn't be in my side of the field because of it. So I actually was like, I did this event for it, and I don't usually. We're usually working the track, and I'm like the ref in the track, like waving flags and shit. I don't know if anyone has went go-kart or anything like that, but I was like the referee of the racing, right?
Yeah.
Really boring and really tedious, really strenuous, whatever it's called. But there was these events where you get advertised and you go to these like car shows and things like that. I fucking love doing that. I was like, dude, let me do this more. Let me like market. Let me run events. Like I love this. Like I had so much fun. So I kind of want to be like more of like a sales and people person. That's kind of the field I'm in now. So I guess every experience, whether it's a bad or poor or good experience, it's always a learning experience.
Yeah. You said after living in Milpitas, you moved to Fremont. Is that
Yeah.
still with your family, or?
Yeah, I live with my dad
Okay.
and my stepmom still.
Got it. All right. So about the work stuff, you started with the movies. We could talk more about like in details if there's anything you missed out. Why the movies to start things off?
Why the movies? That was the only people that fucking took me, man.
Ah,
Yeah, like I was just job searching anywhere and everywhere. I was like, um, well, I first, I actually first tried to apply to jobs in like junior and senior year, and I think the movie theaters, I like applied to Target, I applied to fucking, I forgot, I applied to like a couple of different places, but the movie was the first one to take me in. And usually movies are pretty easy to get into because they hire anyone and everyone. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of departments in movie theaters that they look for,
mhm.
right? That's why the movies, man. I just was trying to find a job, and the movies was the one that got me to me first.
Yeah. What was the pros and cons of working at the movies?
Oh man, pros was the free movies. And like I told you before, like as a child, I'd always loved going to movie theaters.
Yeah.
Um, so like the movie experience, getting free fucking movies is awesome, and the coworkers for sure. I got close to so many coworkers. And I love them all, and for sure. The people that are there and the free
Watching
movies.
movies. Yeah.
Yeah. I should have probably said to be less selfish. I probably should have said, which is true, which is the people first, obviously, and then the free movies.
Okay, I'm not holding it against you. You're fine.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. How
I'm
about
just
the
saying,
cons?
Cons was the job itself. So what I did was I was the usher. So I was the guy that cleaned the theater after the movie was done.
Got it.
So I would go to row to row, fucking sweep and pick shit up, and the job was a job.
Okay.
So you're kind of essentially like a janitor at the time.
Huh.
So the job wasn't cool. Like actually the job part wasn't cool. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't anything to be proud of. But
Mhm.
yeah, no, it's just the work.
Yeah. So my question, regarding like the movie theaters, like how you were the cleaner, right?
Yeah.
How sanitary would you say the movie theaters are? Like how, like is there such thing as deep cleaning? Because a lot of people.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
We don't do that. So our
Alright.
job is to make our job is to it's in the fucking deep secrets of the theaters that you want.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for.
Anyone watching the movies, listen up. No, I'm just kidding. But no, our job was to make it as presentable for the next audience.
Exactly.
So when there's rushes, man, I used to have a love-hate relationship with every Marvel movie, right? Because those are like the biggest movies. Yeah. So when there was a rush for the next group, dude, like we had to bust our ass because there's hour gaps or 30-minute gaps, 45-minute gaps, and just to clean a big ass theater with 4 to 5 people. So sometimes we just had to visually make it look clean.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say. Whether it's clean or not, we had to visually make it as clean as possible. And we had the lights on our side, and we had to just pick most shit on the floor that was visible, and all the big shit we had to throw away.
Got it.
Yeah, so you gotta get your hands dirty for sure. So sanitary is we just want to make it visual pleasing, but at the end of the nights there is actual like real janitors that come for a deep cleaning at the end of the night.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Movie theater secrets.
Movie theater secrets, yeah.
All right.
They work for like a third party like company that like they're like contractors that deep clean shit.
Yeah. And then after the movies, you talked about almost getting like promoted. You found your way to the go-kart scene, and you said you worked there for a few years too.
I did. I worked for 3 years, 2.5 years or 3 years.
Okay, and you talked about how boring it was and stuff. So
it just wasn't for me, man. Like all my coworkers were into racing and cars and shit. I wasn't.
Yeah.
That's just not my scene. I just did it for my friends.
Okay, talk about the pros and cons for that and how you moved on from there to whatever comes
Pros and
next.
cons. Um, pros is also the people. I had a good relationship with, there were a bunch of degenerates as my coworkers. They were funny, fucking funny. And we had these walkies, and we say some like such shit over the walkie, and
Okay.
like, oh yeah, can I get oh yeah, or like shit like that, right? It was just like dumb. It was just stuff to, but the cons is definitely it was a lot more strenuous than like physical work, where I had to like lift shit up, and like I said, I was really weak. Um, and scrawny and fucking not strong at all. And so it was really tough for me to do all these things. And I'm not a mechanic, and you have to do some mechanical things. And I'm not a handyman. I would never try to pretend to be a handyman, but yeah, it was tough for me, man. I was like, fuck, I don't know anything about cars. Uh, I could blow up the place. I'll try not to. So yeah, it wasn't for me, man.
Yeah.
So I after like a year working it, they actually, I was a hybrid where I worked in the front office doing like the cash stuff, which is cooler, and then doing the track stuff too. And I decided to quit because they told me that I was gonna be more front stuff and event stuff. Like I said, I just told you I really enjoyed, but they didn't never made me one. So
I see.
yeah, I just couldn't do the track anymore.
And then what happened after? Like job wise?
Job wise, what happened after? So I got my first sales job. I worked for a contractor, so I was like a third party job, very underpaid job, very sketch job. A lot of people were very against it. Um, it was um, it was a very sketchy job. It was commission only, first and foremost, and I was doing door to door.
Doesn't
So that
sound
was
fun.
the first like division I was in, and then um, after that, after the door to door division, there was an events division where we'd work in low income areas, and like work in like the hood areas. I mean, like the hood areas in Oakland, San Francisco, Hayward, like really, and I was okay with it. Uh, I was totally okay with it, but sometimes it was really uncomfortable. But man, like you just appreciate culture a lot more because of that, and you know, um, that kind of that kind of helped me build my grit. And I was working for that company for 4.5 to 5 years,
Wow.
um, and yeah, because like that was where I was at. I was just strictly job mode, where I was just focused on moving up, and I thought I could do something with the job, and I ended up couldn't. So I just all my head was like I'm gonna fucking kill it here. And my competitive side kind of works hand in hand with with the sales side, because you kind of have to be competitive with yourself and other people to kind of make it and work for a field with like sales for such a long time.
hmm Wow, a lot of door to door.
Yeah, I did door to door for 2 years. There's a and I mentioned this before. Everyone, majority, 90% of people would have a fucking huge stigma of door to door. And you kind of learn to appreciate it more. And eventual goal, or what I was thinking for a little bit, was like kind of like removing that stigma. Like, why is there such a shitty stigma with door-to-door representatives? One, because people could scam you. Two, people are in their homes, so like you got to understand that fact. So you're facing so much obstacles. So not only you're trying to sell something, but first off, you're trying to get rid of that stigma of door-to-door people, because
Yeah.
it's a shitty thing. Like you're trying to talk to and convince someone to do one thing in the front of the door. This is your hometown. This is my home. Like, what are you doing? I'm trying to be comfortable, and you're making me really uncomfortable. And I kind of had to learn how to get my way to talk to people, making me feel comfortable. So
Yes.
my goofy side was very advantageous of that for me. So I'm fucking harmless looking. I'm fucking like I'm dopey looking, right? Like that was like I took that benefit, and I kind of played with it. Like I was just a dopey, like the dorky fucking the door kid that just wants to talk to you, and I kind of played that part really well, and I used that part, whatever you have, because everyone has different cards in their field, right? I'm a very people person, and I get comfortable with people really quickly. People can kind of break down their kind of their walls with me pretty easier when I'm talking to them. So I that was a big advantage for me. Yeah.
Gotcha. So, how did you go from that job? Like, why did you leave?
Um,
Because you couldn't get anywhere with it, right? That's what you
I
said?
couldn't get anywhere from it. It was a very underpaid job,
Okay.
very underpaid, and it's you get tired in the field, man. Like I just, you lose motivation if you can't move up. You just get, you know, I can't. You can't do the same. I can't. No one can do that same thing for such a long time.
Yeah. So, how did you transition from there?
So I left during COVID. So so after they switched to my division to working in like low income areas, and I worked in the hood areas, and that I did for like a year and a half, which was decent, but it was also really hard work, and you still had to grind. It was still a sales job. You had to deal with really, sometimes really aggressive people, or sometimes you deal with the most unique people in the world, and use that, like, man, that was the biggest thing that kind of um I got like some tough skin because of it now, for sure. That, like, just doing the door to door and doing that, like, you have to develop this tough skin to work for so long, because
Yeah.
you could just get absolutely fucking destroyed out there and be like, so you kind of have to sicken that tough skin, and I kind of tanked it for such a long time. Um, but I still wanted to do work for sales because I knew I was, decent at it or good at it, because I knew how to talk to people, and I knew how to, like, you learn from a lot of body language and things like that. So, I learned a lot of skills from already. So I want to explore it more. So during COVID, I was just still looking for sales positions.
Yeah. Okay, so before you move on to your next job, when you talk about like developing tough skin,
Yeah.
from being a part of that, do you have like any specific scenarios of like what helped you? Like
Uh,
did someone just talk down to you or what? Like
yeah,
I'm
like
sure
cussing
you,
at you and
yeah.
screaming at you and shit like that, man.
Any
Uh,
memorable ones?
yeah, I got screamed on a lot, man. Uh, you work at the most like sketchiest areas. I mean sketchy areas in Oakland and San Francisco. Think of like the worst spots, and you work with a lot of homeless people, and some of them are cool and some of them aren't so very cool. There's drugs involved, and people are not, they're off their knockers, and you just have to handle these people in the most professional way you can do it.
Yeah.
um so that's the tough skin I'm talking about, man. Like, not only dealing with the aggressive people, but dealing with homeless is one thing, man. Like, I deal with my fair share with both, and when and it's a program to help the homeless, but when you can't help them and they're expected to get help, it's a problem for them. And they can't find and validate a reason why they can't get this, or get help. And you just don't know how to describe it to them, because they're just so one track minded.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay,
But it's
so
all good, because you build a skin, and I train people to do this too. So I got in a role where, I fucking worked there for so long. So you develop the fucking skin for it, and you develop to develop other people to get the skin for it too. And it's not for everyone. People, it's a very high, um how do I say, like, a lot of people come and go job. I can't think of the term right now, but yeah. But that's sales in general, man. That's sales in general. It's not, people come and go all the time, and it's all good.
yeah. So after that, looking
Yeah.
for more sales job, what did you come across?
The job I fucking broke my ankle on. It was another sales job. It was during COVID. I broke my ankle, and you had to walk, and it was really weird because I was fucking wearing crutches, talking to customers, and I was already in a huge disadvantage of it. One, it's a very old school type of product that I had to advertise,
Hmm.
and it was just higher income and like demographics are very like mostly Caucasian people. So one, I was young compared to all the sales reps, um, and I was Asian. I was the only Asian dude, and people kind of looked at me weird because I had a crutch on. It was just like kid that barely knew any product knowledge because I'm a very hands-on trainer. Like I said, I hate books, and because of COVID, you couldn't really get that hands-on training. And during that time, they were looking for a lot of people because there was a shift in management. So all the old managers quit. So there was new hired managers. So they didn't really know how to train really well, specifically on the product. So I was kind of shot in the dark there, shot in the foot there. And then I just basically was forced to read fucking booklets and like training programs to be in the field. And it's not the same. You got to learn how to do it rather than reading about the product. I still didn't know shit. So I just really couldn't produce well there, and I noticed that. So I was like, okay, this is not for me. I tried it for like 4 months. Maybe I could have tried it for a year. And maybe I could have got better for it. But did I really want to go through that? Did I really want to go through this management people that not really. I didn't want to take my time off that.
And then from there, you moved on to your current job or what?
Yeah, I moved on to my current job. Oh my god, I totally forgot a job. Holy shit.
All
Okay,
right,
so
backtrack.
after my go-karting facility, I was a middle school teacher for an after school program. So I was in like a teaching program for middle school kids, and I did it for one fucking school year. And it was like for a very short time in my life,
Hmm.
but it was a cool gig. I was like the outdoor teacher, and I did like out shit, but it was not for me too. I don't know. I that was my first time that peers did not like me, and I was not used to that.
What do you mean by your peers didn't like you? Why?
My coworkers didn't like me. I don't know, because I was just fucking different from them. I wasn't.
Oh, you didn't fit in? Okay.
I didn't fit in at all.
How about dealing with the kids in middle school?
Some hated me, some liked me. I had my biggest flaw was it, and these kids is you gotta be, and there was a middle school teacher that worked with us. You gotta be the enemy first, or teacher first, friend later.
Yeah.
That was the number one rule he gave me, and I fucking I unfollowed. I didn't listen to it. I was their friend first and try to become their mentor later. That was a really shitty mistake I did because, you know, I was the homie. I was fucking Mr. Steve. I was fucking, I was the cool guy. But when it came time to break it down, and middle school is the fucking year that you're most rebellious. People are the shittiest kids in middle school. So when it came down to punishing them or reprimanding them for something, they just didn't fucking. They're like, dude, I thought you were the homie. What happened? And then they started to spite me because of it. Like, bro, like, you're not supposed to be doing this, but they thought they could take advantage of me. So they're trying to walk over me, but I didn't let that happen. So they developed a spite over me. So I had a very specific group that didn't like me, and they were like the popular kids. I don't give a fuck,
Yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, it was a cool experience. There was okay, never mind.
Never mind. Okay.
There was a coworker I got really cool with. That's all.
All right. Got it. So, fast forward.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to talk about, I guess, what happens after the job where you hurt your ankle. Like, what happened after that?
What happened after that? What do you mean by that?
Job wise.
So yeah, so after I hurt my ankle, the job I work. So after that job,
Mm-hmm.
I Wasn't working for a little bit. I think it took a couple months to find this job. Maybe like a month or two. I was unemployed, and then I found this job that I've been working since last September. Another sales job. Um, um, I'm work directly for the company that I work third party for, and it's better, significantly better pay, significantly better benefits, and um, it's a pretty cool, stable job, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Any like big takeaways from this job?
Any takeaways? What do you mean by that?
Like it seems like from every job you work, you learn something either about yourself or the field itself to see like if it fits you. What makes this one different?
Good ass question. Biggest takeaway from this job. I think I'm still learning. I'm still developing myself. Sometimes it's too laid back. So, I did door to door from going to this, and it's a very, um, I had to have a hustle mentality. It was easier for me to have a hustle mentality doing door to door because I had to get money from there.
Yeah.
Now I have a stable income where I get a salary job plus the commission I make. So it's very, very fucking easy to be very, very laid back in this job. And I noticed that, like, fuck, I don't have that same dog mentality. I want to fucking get every sale. I don't have that anymore. And sometimes I kind of just like sandbag this job because like I'm just like mad chilling, So that's the thing I had to learn is I had to learn the kind of the in between of that hustle, but like not overworking myself.
Yeah. That's nice though, especially if you enjoy it.
Yeah,
so
it's
far.
nice, but I'm taking it too chill sometimes. I gotta notice. I'm like, okay, I gotta step it up.
Yeah. For sure, understandable. Okay, so before we move on to your social life aspects, do you need to take a quick break or anything?
Social life aspect. Okay, let me take a little water break real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Mentally prepared, you know what I'm saying? Oh God, these are the what are we talking about, dude? Social aspect. Oh Lord.
Don't worry. I'll ask questions and it's up to you to answer.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
You good?
Let's do it.
All right. Talk about your overall thoughts and experiences if any of these apply to you. The partying, raving, clubbing, yeah, all of that.
So I never went to a rave before.
Okay.
And I want to try it out.
Need a group or what?
Huh?
Just need like a group of friends or what?
Yeah, a group of friends. I'd be down to go. I've never raved. I'm not opposed to it. I also was like not really into the music. I wasn't really into like EDM or house music or anything like that.
Yeah.
I got made fun of it when I said this before. I don't know why, but I like music. Please don't get me wrong. Please don't hate me when I say this. Because I got flamed before by saying this, but I like music with like lyrics to them, to feel some type of way. And so, now music and like EDM music has that, which is cool.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like or anything like that anymore. I mean, sometimes music's like that, right? And I would fuck with that music now. But but it definitely wasn't my field. Like I wasn't really interested in it before, but now like I hear rave culture and I'm like, before I was like very against it, very, very against it.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people were in it as friends and I was like, well, like kind of like weirded out for it. And I was just not with it. But I'm definitely clubbing. I fucking love clubbing. I love like, fucking ghetto music or R&B music. I love that shit. So I love dancing and, clubbing is a lot of fun for me. And I'm the guy who doesn't really need a drink. I'm a one-shot wonder, bro. Maybe even a half-shot wonder. And I'll fucking get down with it, baby. I'll just fucking dance and but I have a lot of fun in clubs. What was the other one? Oh, parties.
Yeah,
parties
just
are cool.
partying.
Parties are cool. I was social to drink. The problem about me and partying though is I fucking and alcoholism. I'm terrible in alcoholism. Like I wish it just didn't happen, but like I'm super, super fucking featherweight. I'm like because I'm really allergic to it when it comes to alcohol. So
Yeah.
like imagine featherweight, but I'm like fucking a weight before that. I'm really lightweight.
Hmm.
So, like I'm a half shot wonder. But anyways, when I get drunk, I get really tired fast. So I just want to fall asleep. So I get more boring the more alcohol I take. That's the
Okay.
problem with me. Partying's cool. I like partying. I
Yeah.
like going to parties, going to kickbacks.
All right. So, when it comes to clubbing, like you like it and stuff, what's like the craziest thing you've experienced at a club, or most thrilling?
I mean, like seeing fights in clubs is kind of cool, right? Like fight.
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, not like with friends or anything like that, but
Uh-huh.
I mean, the craziest shit is probably going to fights. And like, I remember like when I like was like 22, 23 years old. Not that long ago, but like a couple years ago. It was crazy because like I didn't really connect with any of my like I didn't haven't seen any of my high school friends, but like I've always like when I go to clubs in San Jose or anything like that, I always see people from my high school. So it was always cool. It was like a reunion, and
Mhm.
that's what I like the most. But like crazy shit, like yeah, some fights and friends getting kicked out. My friend almost got into a fight before, like shit like that. I mean, that's the craziest shit. I can't really think of anything else.
No worries, for sure.
Yeah, like yeah, people get blackout drunk, right? And
Yeah.
like people like throw up on themselves. Yeah, that crazy shit. But I haven't personally done any of that for myself because I just get fucking sleepy. I just fucking fall asleep when I'm fucking boring drunk.
Okay, so if you're not like drinking at parties and stuff, like what type of person are you at the parties?
Dude, I'll drink, but like I'm like the guy who's like who takes like the shot in the very beginning, like I don't like feel like can really feel it, right?
Mhm.
I'm buzzed already, right? Or I'm fucking drunk already. I'm probably buzzed, but
Yeah, yeah.
I feel it definitely already. So I'll get like there's like the first like couple hours I'm like fucking trying to fall asleep and people are trying to wake me up. And then like I'm like, and they're like, "Oh, you want another shot?" I'm like, I take the next shot," and I never take that next shot. Right? I'm like the guy that's like cool off of one shot for the whole night.
Yeah, and then you're just thriving,
Yeah,
living.
I'll feel it after one shot. After like people take like 6 shots or 7 shots or whatever, I'm cool after one shot. I'll maybe do like a second shot for like but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to gauge to see if you're like the fun guy at the parties, or are you just
I
laid
try to be,
back?
but sometimes I'm not. Sometimes
Uh-huh.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm not a high maintenance guy. Like you don't have to take care of me. I would just probably fall asleep. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Okay, okay.
I'm
So,
probably more fun like in a group at a club rather than a party, though. If
okay.
there's dancing involved, like if there's a DJ, I would have fun with it. But um, when there's music, I'll be more fun if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you talked about being open to going to a rave and stuff. You're
Yeah.
like more familiar with EDM music. Do you have like a current favorite artist?
Can I say okay? Um, I feel like I'm gonna be so basic when I say this, but I only know like Porter Robinson stuff.
Oh, that's fine. No judgment here.
No, but it's because like fucking like anime shit. Like he's very
Mhm.
into anime related stuff. So I heard some of the music. Like I am in the fucking cave when it comes to EDM music, but I'm not opposed to listening to it. I'm very non-picky. I think every song is very entertaining. My playlist is the fucking biggest variety ever.
Awesome.
I'm not a guy that has like a like specific like types of music. I like to listen to any type of music, old school, new school. I'm more like the mid school guy. That's like usually my usual playlist, but I'll typically like any type of music.
Yeah, yeah. So open to EDC 2023, huh?
We'll see about that. That's like a big commitment. That's like you down to like you. It's like telling your kid they're like down to fucking swim and you telling them to fucking swim in the ocean. I might have to get in a kiddie pool or fucking a pool.
True, true. Or just start with like the biggest event.
Yeah, fuck, dude. Because like honestly too, like and I'm going back. I'm going to like a. You've been to like a convention, right? Like you've been to conventions before.
Yeah.
So I went to like anime expo and the San Jose one. What's it called? Fanime. Sorry. Fanime is a lot smaller than Anime Expo. So like
Hmm.
after going to Anime Expo, like Fanime was not that exciting for me personally because it's so much bigger. So it's kind of like having that feeling where like it's like you will have this expectation of this big ass fucking lit ass fucking event and then going to like a smaller one. So might as well go to a little one first. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. And then going to East, like, God damn, this is a fucking a fair, fucking cold ass shit, and fucking and it's cool vibes, and you're staying in a cool place. Like I would rather have that.
Yeah. Alrighty. Talking about your drinking experiences, you mentioned that you're kind of like a sleepy drunk, right?
Yeah.
That's how you describe yourself. So
Yeah.
talk about your first ever experience drinking.
Oh man, it was when I quit my first job in my because I did like a little kickback slash party, and my coworkers, players, and there was like kind of like a goodbye party for me.
Yeah.
So like they're like, you had to drink alcohol, so come on, you're leaving, come on. Bro, it was tasted so bad. I didn't even know what it was. It just tasted like fucking like I hate cough syrup. It tasted like a fucking worst type of cough syrup, man. Like holy shit, that was so fucking bad tasting. And I just remember I was like, oh my god, it was just like smoke and like everything just burned. Like it was not good feeling at all, man. And I just wanted to lay down and cry, bro. It was so bad tasting. Holy shit. I remember it. It scarred me that much.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay, anyways, but it was cool. It was a good time. But I don't find. I mean, I don't think anyone finds like hard alcohol like good tasting, right? It's just
You'd be
feeling,
surprised.
right?
You'd be
Okay,
surprised.
fair enough.
So,
Oh yeah, people have like on the rocks. Okay, maybe so. Yeah.
how about your favorite, your go-to alcoholic beverage, and your least favorite?
My go-to, I'm the female drink kind of guy, but my go-to drink, in all honesty, is a pina colada.
Okay.
Okay. And my last, like you said, my last choice,
Like what you don't like.
any hard alcohol.
Okay.
Probably vodka, the worst. Ciroc, because like there was a specific Ciroc that I just fucking hated to the top of my nose.
Okay, talking about some of your interests.
Okay.
Give us your top 5 anime.
Top 5 anime. Oh shit. There's so many out there.
Yeah. On the top of
Okay.
your head right now.
Top 5 in my head right now without any specific order. Code Geass, Clannad, fucking Fate Stay series, freaking I'm having a drink. A Comedy Got Kills up there. Shit. In My Fields, probably Anohana up there too.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Soul Riot's up there too. I ain't gonna lie. The fandom is just like kind of weird. Feels weird, man. But I'm a fan of the franchise.
How about top 5 movies, since you were big on movies, especially when you were younger, watching with your dad?
My favorite movie of all time, my favorite movie series of all time is the Rush Hour series.
Nice.
Yeah. And then probably Disney movies after that. Disney and Marvel movies. I love Disney movies, bro. Disney's my shit.
Well, what's your favorite Disney movie?
Favorite Disney movie? Fuck,
Yeah.
Like, that's so, you get like Disney princess movie, like Disney movie of all time.
Let's just do all time.
Oh my god. Because Disney, is part of Marvel now, so I can say a Marvel movie and that counts as Disney, you know what I'm saying?
True.
Star Wars counts as Disney now. Okay, I'm not making that. Okay, I'm gonna be annoying.
Yeah, you're just making it difficult for yourself. Yeah.
All-time favorite Marvel. Fuck. I mean, Disney movie. Shit. Honestly, Tangled is really out there. I really fucking like Tangled. Tangled and Mulan. That's like the Disney princess movies that I fucking enjoy the most. I'm obviously like Lion King. Oh, Lion King's up there for sure. Lion King and Tarzan. I fucking love Tarzan too. Fuck. Now it's
now
tough.
you,
Now I'm
now it's like
overthinking it.
pouring all
Yeah,
these
it's just all
titles.
boring
Yeah.
now.
All right. How about top 5 shows?
Top 5 shows. Without an anime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Avatar: The Last Airbender is like one there. Drake and Josh, fucking Power Rangers. I'm a fucking huge Power Rangers fanatic, by the way.
Power Rangers. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, huge. I was a huge. I was still like, I could hold a conversation with Power Rangers. I was a fucking huge fan of Power Rangers. Fucking Digimon. I like Digimon over Pokemon. Everyone hates me for that, but I'm sorry. I like Digimon more than Pokemon. What else? And Yu-Gi-Oh is probably up there too. Oh, actually, Yu-Gi-Oh is kind of an anime. Fuck. Drake and Josh and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Not there.
Go back. Wow. Okay, so with Power Rangers, which squad did you enjoy the most, or like watching the most?
Squad did I enjoy the most for Power Rangers?
Yeah.
Ooh, I liked. My favorite one is probably, Turbo and Wild Forest are probably my favorite two. And actually, no. In Space is my favorite one of all time for sure.
Dang.
Yeah.
You actually remember a lot of like the titles.
Yeah. Dude, I was a fan, man. Dude, I remember like I remember actually like when we had cable service at my grandpa's house, I'd watch Power Rangers and I hid it from my brother because he judged me. He's like, "Aren't you a little too old to watch Power Rangers?" Right? I was fucking middle school. Fuck you. Anyways, first off, I used to always fucking hide going to watching Power Rangers. I'll like put on Power Rangers and I hear him. I always put on a different channel. But I was always obsessed with Power Rangers. Power Rangers is cool, man.
Damn, you felt embarrassed
A little
because
embarrassed,
of their judgment. Yeah.
I know Power Rangers is cool, man.
All right. Well, so I did watch some, but I probably don't remember as much as you do.
Okay.
But did it ever like hit you when like the fact that every time they move on to a new season, they kind of like switch the characters up? Like some people would leave, or it's just like a whole new squad altogether.
Yeah, it's like a different universe.
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of sad, but like,
For example, like
it was
Turbo.
so good. So they'd always have these episodes where like they like have a like collaboration of the older gen, which is fucking the tightest episodes. That was the sickest episodes.
Exactly. Like I was saying, I think it was like Turbo leading into In Space when like one of the members couldn't go to space or something, and then was left behind, like the kid. Yeah. Things like that.
That was cool, man. I love it. Oh man, I love it.
Reminiscing.
I soaked it all in, man. I soaked that shit all in, man.
Okay. Current favorite song and artist. So those are separate.
Oh, current favorite song and artist. Okay, I'm opening my Spotify. Give me like 1 second.
No, it's fine. Literally, like almost everyone does that.
Favorite song and artist. Holy shit, that's so hard. Probably Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Favorite song from Bruno Mars, probably Perm.
Doesn't have to be Bruno Mars. Could be a song in general.
Oh, okay. So Bruno Mars is up there. Favorite song right now to listen to right now as we speak. Sun and Moon. That's a good ass song. I probably fuck with that song the most right now.
Might have to hear it. I'm not sure. By who?
You're my sun and moon. I don't know how to say it, but it's by Anise.
Maybe. Okay. It's not ringing a bell right now.
It's a pretty popular TikTok song.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a pretty good song right now.
All right. Do you have any tattoos and piercings to talk about?
Do I have any tattoos and piercings? I have 0 right now.
Okay.
But I want to get a tattoo really bad. Thinking of a couple of things, but I do want a tattoo. In the next 2 years, I'll probably get a tattoo.
Okay. No piercings?
What?
Oh, I was asking you, how about piercings?
No, don't have any piercings right now.
All right.
Not really planning on to right now. I already did the perm hair thing. If I get earrings, that'll be like the whole like next level of like whatever you want to call it. You know, people call it different things. People want to call it like a fucking AVB or fucking fuckboy or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I just want to perm the hair, to volume the hair, to look a little better. Got the glasses now. Piercings is like on the fence, maybe. It's a hard maybe right now. I'm definitely more leaning onto a tattoo than a piercing right now.
Yeah, for sure. Favorite boba chain or spot?
Fuck. San Jose, I probably say Seven Leaves, just the more consistent one, and Soyful.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the mung bean drink a lot.
Yeah.
The one here where I live is called Mr. Sun.
Okay.
That's really good because they have like these like. So I'm really like big boba guy. I like boba, like the actual pearl itself.
Like the texture and stuff.
Yeah, the texture.
Mm-hmm.
So they have handcrafted boba there, so it's really chewier.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I mean, like, man, I like that a lot, but I'm excited because I'm thinking about getting it soon.
Yeah. Okay, and random. These are random things that I'm gonna bring up to you. Just briefly talk about it. All right.
Okay, I'm scared.
This is about you.
Okay.
So, talk about the. It looks like you're into Halloween festivities. Like you tend to dress up, right? Is there one that stands out to you? One particular costume?
So I hate Halloween because I'm the biggest fucking scaredy cat ever. So like I'll always have like comical skins. I am the biggest scaredy cat in the world. So
Wait, did you
if
say
I ever find a
comical
partner,
skins?
I'm breaking up with them if they ever want to convince me to watch a horror movie with them.
All
Anyways,
right,
I'm just kidding. But no. I like the costume. So I've actually had a Teletubby costume the longest time. So I actually
color?
was a Teletubby for like 3 years straight. I just used the same fucking. I was Tinky Winky. I was the purple one, if no one knows. So it was cool. That was like one of my favorites. Following the years, what else? I was Steve Urkel one year, so I had the fucking the suspenders and the jeans. That was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one was really funny too. I might do that again. I usually duplicate, and it's okay. I feel like it's okay doing it.
It's okay.
But I was the pen pineapple pen guy.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That's why I brought this up.
That one was a lot of fun. I had the yellow cougar suit and drew a little like fake mustache. It was a lot of fun. And did my hair in a specific way. Got the glasses. That was really fun.
Hilarious. Okay. So that's a little quick talk about the Halloween experience for you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't really look into the context of this, but talk about the time that you were a part of like this lip sync battle competition thing.
Are you looking at my Instagram right now?
No, not right now. I did my research beforehand.
Oh, you did your research. Oh my god. Of
course. Gotta research my guess. Okay.
So my old job that I worked for 3 years, a sales job. So the cool thing about them was every once a year they took us out to an all expense paid for like hotel trip at the Pepper Mill. So it's in Reno. And then we do like a award gala, and we play games, things like that. We have a like a award ceremony, and we have like competitions, and one of the competitions a lip sync competition.
Yeah.
Me boy has to fucking perform. So I did that 2 years. First song I did was Fireworks by Katy Perry. Banger song, by the way.
Yeah, I definitely watched that.
And I got second place in both times, man.
Oh.
Yeah. So sad.
Ouch. Yeah. What was the second song that you performed?
I did Perm by Bruno Mars.
Oh, and that's one of your favorite songs.
Yeah, I like that song a lot. I haven't listened to it in a while, but it's definitely one of the number one songs. It's the same album as what's that? What was the main song? 24K Magic. That was the main song in that album.
Yeah, just thought that was interesting for you to be a part of a lip sync battle.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
You have a
Yeah,
lot
for
of
sure.
courage, like without a doubt.
Yeah, no, man, it's just like that. You got both tough skin, and definitely like it was a lot of fun. I had a blast. I lost quite some money in gambling. I was doing little tables, little Reno, but I made up with it. Had a little fun with it.
That's
That's cool. And
basically
I
the
won an award the
experience.
second year too, which was nice.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of, I guess, Vegas as one of your travel destinations, talk about some of the travels and adventures you've ever been on.
Oh, because you looked it up, right?
No, just some of them, not all of them.
So, I actually went to New York on December of last year, 2021. That was my first time. I was like, fuck it. I've never ever went to any travel by myself before, and I was going through stuff, and I was like, fuck it. I kind of wanted to kind of do my own thing, and I've never been out of the state before, let alone flew by myself before. So it was really nerve wracking. At the same time, it was a little more relaxing because I knew people in New York. Like I met for like a weekend. I met a specific group of people that I met through Kev Jumba's community, actually going back to them.
Yeah.
So I met these guys in New York and they showed me around for the first couple of days. And dude, it was so much fun. I love New York. And I'm like going to the busy city at nighttime, walking by yourself, Sure, sometimes you could claim yourself as a loner, but I didn't give a flying yes. Because it was a lot of fun. I did blast, man. I did like every like generic tourist thing where I did like also like the local tourist, the local thing. So it was a really cool combine of both. Like went to a cruise, saw the Empire State Building, went to a fucking Broadway show by myself. That was probably my favorite thing, was going to a Broadway play by myself. I went to watch Wicked. It was so cool. And I love musicals, things like that. So I thought it was awesome. And I just had a blast going. It was cool. And I told myself that I was gonna travel by myself every year now because of that. So I'm actually planning to do probably towards the end of the year a trip to Canada, Toronto, so the East Coast again, right above New York. During the winter time by myself. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Nice. Solo trips.
Yeah.
Anywhere else?
Anywhere else? Yeah, I want to go Seattle. I want to go Texas. Those are also plans in the future too.
Okay.
Obviously I want to go to Vegas with the boys. I've never been to Vegas, but I've been to Reno. So I never actually had that Vegas experience before. I never went to the Strip when I was 21 or older. Like I never had that, so I'm like in a cave in that sense. So yeah, man, I want to go to Vegas with the boys. I want to go to Seattle because I hear a lot of like it's gorgeous out there. And maybe eventually Vancouver too, because I know there's a lot of like touristy things in Canada too, and eventually like super far, like Asia, obviously in Europe. That's definitely in the future though.
Yeah.
Like I want to go to Japan. I've never been to Vietnam yet, but I mean I still want to go to Japan over Vietnam, even though I'm Vietnamese. But I think Japan is like the number one trip destination that I want to go to. Thailand, Korea, fucking everywhere, man. I do, but that's like in the later future when I establish myself. But yeah, the next few trips are gonna be like U.S. or North America bound.
Or you just expand and go further out.
Yeah,
nice.
I think
plenty of time.
Huge commitment going to Asia, but that's definitely not. That would be like fucking like ballsy if I went to fucking Japan by myself. It would be fucking lit. I would probably have a great time, but I definitely probably would go with friends.
Yeah. Okay. Talk about your goals and aspirations in life?
Biggest goal and aspiration in my life, I think, just to give back. I mean, I think, and, you know, I think you talked about it too. It's money is not incredibly important for me, but I know it's definitely important in general to have and to acquire. Like you can't, you know, you have to be working or getting some sort of currency if you want to, like, you know, live and you know, be of use. I guess I know it's kind of like shallow to say, but
Mhm.
you know, I want to financially be able to take care of my mom. I want to give back to my mom because she's, you know, she was a single mother for, like, you know, for at a time taking care of 3 people, obviously with help, but still, like, she was, you know, props to her. And I was not the best, you know, model for her and not the best person. So I'm
Mhm.
getting my own place, obviously. And goals like that. And then obviously bucket list is just going to and traveling internationally. I think that's my biggest plans too.
Yeah, those are important goals, so I feel that.
Yeah. I think I mean, because my mom always last couple of years always struggled like in the financial basis where she'd always like it's been a while where she had her own roof. Um and I'm very far from being able to do that, but I do want to eventually, you know, make it so that she has her own roof because she's always been like renting a room out or something of that sort. So
Mhm. Okay. Other than
yeah.
goals and aspirations, you did mention that you used to hike a lot.
Yeah.
Any favorite spots, like hiking spots or trails?
Um any favorite spots? You know, I wish I knew the names of it. I'm just really shitty at names.
Dude, me
Uh,
too, honestly. A lot of
huh?
trails, like I hike and I don't remember the names.
Yeah, I know there's a oh, it's gonna hurt my head, but it was a really cool spot. There, you know, fuck yeah, I can't think of
Location,
it.
location.
I don't even know honestly because I don't drive. It's usually my cousin that drives it. But it's in the north side of California.
Uh,
Um, it's like I'm gonna be wrong, so wrong, and I feel so bad. Um, yeah, but there's I can kind of describe it. It was definitely the hardest hike too. I think that was very accomplishing. That's why it's one of my
mhm.
favorites. It's really inclined, but it also had a beautiful view. It's not like, have you been to Mission Peak?
Yeah,
You know, Mission Peak is just a fucking workout. It's not a hike. Like pretty much just a
yeah.
workout.
It's
Um,
like after one time, it's just like, why?
yeah, it doesn't feel nice. I mean, it only feels nice when you go up because you're done and you're tired. But
Yeah.
there's no beautiful thing looking at Mission Peak. You get the fucking totem that everyone wants to take a picture of. That's all.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was a beautiful view, and you know, there's a like a route you could go where you could. There's like a beach to it too, and like you had to
Ooh.
like skip on these like rocks, and um you had to like tread through water. Like, it was really dope, man. It was so cool. Like we took off our shoes and took our socks and like treaded through water real quick in the road. It was sick, man. I wish I knew what it was called. I wish I knew fucking the place. I wish I knew the park, but I'm just
Yeah.
shitty at names.
Any idea if it's like more north, like of SF?
I think it's, you know what? I think this one is south of San Jose, but I don't know
South.
exactly
Okay.
where.
All
Yeah,
good. All good. If you remember, we'll talk about it later.
yeah, for sure.
All right. Cool. So, do you need a break now before we get into more heavier topics?
Okay, I'll take a small break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Small
Go for it.
break.
Go for it.
Heavier break. Okay. Come on, fucking. You want me to cry and shit out here? God
I don't
damn.
expect you to cry, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. So,
Oh, okay.
you're
We'll
my
see.
guest.
Break me, boss, and I want to hear it. All right, one second. I'll be back.
He didn't mean that, guys. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in to the podcast, episode 71 of the Chang podcast, featuring my guy Steve, aka Krushee. While this guy is doing his thing, we're just gonna be chilling, waiting for him to return. We're gonna talk about a lot more heavier topics, including relationships and mental health. So thank you guys for being here with the lurks, for saying hi. Much love as always. What's up, Kev? What's up, Michelle? Hi, guys. How's everything? Sexy hottie. When are we getting? Wait, you on KBBQ? I'd be down. Yo, how about you let me know when, and we can make a plan with everyone, you know? In our area. There's so many people in our area. Seriously. Michelle, I hope you had a lovely stream. I don't know if you're still streaming now, but let me double check. Because I was lurking. Oh, you rated solo. Hope you had a great stream. Karen's here too. What's up, Karen? I like how it says returning chatter for you. That's crazy. Hope you're doing well, Karen. I saw that you hung out with the famous Voobs. I should probably fix my sleeping schedule. I literally woke up at 7. Holy... Dang, that's actually crazy. But yeah, if we could talk about this, especially if you want to invite other people, get like a group going. That'd be nice. Because I know we have a lot of mutuals too. I met Nick recently, but I haven't met him in person yet. Mr. Enza. And whoever. Vinny, of course. That weirdo.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, what's up?
What's up? You good? Did you let it out? Like, did you cry a little before?
No. I like forced my tears a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
No. I'm down to talk about anything and everything, my man.
Okay. But yeah, we'll talk. Everyone in chat, appreciate you guys. We're gonna jump back into this podcast where we're gonna talk about more deeper things.
Let's do it.
Oh, and yeah, there's a comment. You look like Optic Marv's brother.
Marv's brother. It's the fucking perm, man. It's the fucking perm. No, but Marv is like, it's okay. He's like the cute guy I've ever like eat sports. That's all fucking good. I'll take that as a compliment. Marv is sick, bro. I'm a big fan of Marv.
All right. Let's talk about relationships, whatever you consider as relationships, if you've gone through any of your own heartbreaks, all that, you know, touchy subjects. You could start from the very first one, whatever you want to bring up. You could be as detailed as possible, talk about what happened, and you move on from there up until where you're at today.
Okay, so I've not been in a lot of relationships. One official one was an unofficial one that we were just an untitled relationship. Definitely a lot of heartbreaks. I mean, man, I don't even know where to start. I guess we'll start in high school. I think
Okay.
So there was this one girl that I felt pretty, you know, I liked her on and off for a sophomore to senior year, but I think it was because that she was the most person that I felt that was the sweetest to me, and you know, as the new kid of the block in high school and not having a lot of friends, she was like the first person that like reached out to me, and you know, was very like the sweetheart. She was known as like the sweetheart, and I appreciated that, and you know, I kind of thought of myself, like. My first crush in high school was like this really pretty girl that was like super off my league, and you know, I came really close with her, but I know she was like extremely out of my league, and I got close with her, but you know, I kind of like to act in sophomore year and didn't really talk to her as much in sophomore year, but I don't know why I just started like thinking about her more, and there was a specific part. So going back to the bad influence friend that I mentioned earlier, he was pretty like L friend, and he kept bagging on. So what he did was like, we used to hang out in the public library because there's computers there and we could like message people and shit. So he actually took my messaging and we used. Did you ever use AIM, Wilson?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So AIM was the primary fucking social media, right? I was fucking my AIM thing was Viet Stick Boy AE shout out. Okay, anyways.
Yeah.
So he actually took my account and messaged this girl that I had a crush on and was like, saying like these really weird shit to her, basically making her uncomfortable, and
Ooh.
pretending it was me and saying really like sus shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically I told him to stop, and I like pleaded for him to stop because it was really bad. And then he told me, okay, but don't you like her? I was like, not even like her anymore. I like this new girl. And then like he's okay, who do you like then? And then it was the girl I'm talking about, and this is the girl I liked on and off for such a long time. And I didn't really talk to her in sophomore year at the time, but I just I had her in my mind when he asked, I like this girl, and he said okay. So what he did, and I didn't know until after because I was messaging her on and off, but I realized that she was kind of like ghosting me in a little bit, and I was just kind of like I was definitely overly aggressively, like overly. I was like, people are against double texting. I was fucking like triple, quadruple. I didn't know better. I just didn't know the stigma. I didn't know. This was like my learning experience of double, triple, quadruple, fucking quinti, fucking DS today, fucking ocho, fucking texting her, right? And I was just like, I was wondering, I was like, why is this girl not answering back? Like, why is she not responding?
You
I
didn't
realized,
realize that. Okay, okay, there you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
I realized that the dude actually fucking told her that I had a thing for her,
Mm-hmm.
without me knowing. And then like he like randomly was like, "Oh, by the way, I talked to her and she said she wasn't interested," and he like started laughing at me, right? It's like fucking whatever. And then like I just try to like I wasn't even trying to get with her at that time because like I was not a confident kid enough to like oh I could get her, I could get this chick, right? I just wanted to like be cool with her again at the very least, and talk to her again. But I never got the opportunity because she's just like I was just too overly aggressive with her. And then come junior year, our relation got better. She started talking to me again, because we had, like I said, she was also really into like school, like off school stuff, like the battle of the classes. She was in it too, and we got cool with that too, and we got closer in senior year, and it was just like, I she was just like, I just I noticed her when we weren't talking because she was the only one that gave me like a friendship to offer, and she was always the one first sweet to me, and she was the first one to like say hi to me in like my first like school event, like class event, because I didn't know much people, but I had a class with her in freshman year. I, she was the only one that said what's up to me and gave me a hug and shit like that. And, when you get a fucking hug and eyes because different, like it's the fucking top of the world, like you were fucking dancing and singing in your head, things like that. So, it's a fucking it was a good feeling, man. And I kind of kept on for me, and I like the chicken since senior year, but very 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 like cute pet love. That was the girl, and oh my god, the theaters. So coming to the theaters, this girl was a coworker.
Wait. So we're moving on.
We're moving on. Oh, but you had questions, unless you had questions regarding her. Go ahead.
Wait. The first girl, was she the same one that you talked about, like with the prom situation, where
No,
no, the junior prom one?
no. Junior prom, I didn't like the. Oh yes, it was her. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes, it
Okay,
was
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
her.
yeah,
That she
yeah.
was dancing with another
Gotta
fucking
fit
dude.
the timeline, you know.
Yes, yes, it was her. Yes, it was her. Yes, it was her. Any other questions?
Um, I mean, after that, did you just like lose touch?
Yeah,
You
we
just
just
stopped
kind of moved
talking?
our own ways and didn't really talk after high school much. Like we did like some like we had a lot of mutual friends, so like we did like
Yeah.
some. We went to events with each other, and there was a time where actually I do remember a time in senior year towards the end of the year, and it was the party I was talking about earlier actually, where I got really uncomfortable because it was my first like um witnessing like people drinking and shit like that, and I got really
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
Mm.
And I saw her drink, and I was like, oh my god, Maisie drinks, and like
Ooh, changed your perspective.
and like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she changed my kind of perspective of her, and she knew that my opinion was kind of off, and um I was like, it's like dang, like I don't know. And she knew, so she actually texted me. after, and I thought that was like really cool of her. And obviously my head, when she texted me like, she said, are you mad at me? And my stupid high school
Mentality,
Pee-wee
yeah.
size brain thought, oh, she has a thing for me because she thinks I'm upset with her. Ooh, But it was just that she just cared for me as a friend, but I just thought of it as more.
Oh no.
Yeah. But anyways, that's pretty much the end of her. She's just the one in high school, the high school crush.
And now we move on to the movie theater one.
Okay, this one's kind of funny, right? So,
Okay.
First I was at theaters, and the person that I crushed on is 2 years younger. Okay,
Coworker?
coworker.
Got it.
So and what I found out was she went to Milpitas as well. I didn't know her, right?
Interesting. Small world, yeah.
Yeah, very small world. And I was like, oh, whatever, because she was like a lot, she's like kind of like very bubbly and shit, and like very like she had a very naturally flirty / like bubbly personality. That was her personality. She was kind of known for that. So my Pee-wee size graduate senior Milpitas High School brain thought like she was flirting with me and she had a thing for me, and maybe she did. People thought she did, and was very hard to think so. All mutual coworkers, and they were like hard shipping us two together because we were like stuck in a lot together, and we were like the top two in our like employees because we'd work together, and we were the ones that like worked hardest together, and we did a lot of events together, and they'd always like compete against like it was him or her, against her, and so they kind of shipped us for that, and it was like a hard ship. Like everyone in the fucking theaters, managers too, like fucking like I was like, ooh, like Steve was a turn, like ooh,
You get into a big deal, yeah.
Yeah, I made a big deal of it when we were together, and we hung out a couple of times, and I was like, okay, so I'm very, oh my god, this is so cringe. So like, one of our first conversations was like, because my Pee-wee size brain again.
Yeah, always gotta bring that up.
Yeah, I thought I was the shit in high school. Okay,
it's all good.
Like, people cheer my name, and like I was pretty well known in high school. It's like you don't know Steve that. Like I asked her, I was shocked she didn't know me because I knew a lot of people in her class. We had a lot of mutual friends.
Yeah,
we were in the same club. God, that's so embarrassing to admit. Oh my god. Anyways,
you got ego checked.
Ego check. She's like, no, I never heard of you. I never heard you people screaming your name.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay. And then so we went on one date, okay? And we sneaked in the theater because technically the policy was like if it's on premiere night, we cannot go to, but we sneaked onto our managers, and it was us two, and coworkers actually caught us two together for the first time, just like me and her. And it was a cool night, and I fucked up because it was my first like date, and yeah, she was so she like would like be really comfortable with us, and she like cuss, right? She would like say like she would like cuss and like say fuck and things like that, and like while working, right? And our manager, like one of our managers pointed out like, you shouldn't cuss a lot because you're just like you're working and you're a girl and things like that, and like that's what the manager was trying to say, right? And then like she was basically like, oh, what the fuck, like why you? And then she was so we had a conversation about that, and she was complaining about that, right?
While on your date?
Huh?
While you're on your date?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, I basically said the manager was right? And she hated me after that. Hated me. Or like her opinion was really, really bad against me. And like, so we still like you could tell like her fucking whole everything just shifted after that. I was like, yeah, you shouldn't cuss because the workplace, because she was expecting me to be on her side, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
And she took that as a sexist approach.
Oof.
Because she said, "Oh, you just didn't like I was cussing because I was female." But I was like, "No, like we weren't arguing, but that was her statement. Like she thought I was a sexist because of that.
Mhm.
But really, I was just like, you shouldn't cuss because we're in front of customers. You know, that was my argument, right? That's what I said. And I see her point too, like because we realistically when she did do it, it was just with us working together. So it was an L for me for agreeing. But anyways, um, so she actually we texted each other, and I try to reach out to her sometimes, and our relationship after that was still like really on and off. It was really weird, really weird. Sometimes um, she'd really want to hang out with me. Sometimes she'd just hate my guts. It was really weird for like the next like year and a half working with her, but she
Wow.
subtweeted to me a lot actually, and everyone knew it was about me. And so actually, so her close friends in high school, I was really close to. So I knew a lot of her close friends, and I was close with them too because like hip hop club or other clubs and things like that. That were her age, and I was really cool with them too. So they tell me about these tweets because I didn't fucking have Twitter at the time, but she actually like, dude, I was in her head rent free, bro. She screenshotted all my text messages because we were arguing about one thing and tweeted it out. And she did that a couple times.
Like you guys are not official though, right? Just on
We
and
were
off.
not a thing, no.
Mm-hmm.
But she really ended up disliking me pretty hard for that. But then like after like a year, I think we didn't really talk, and then I started going to the library again, the same one I was talking about, and I realized that she did that, so we kind of like hung out again, and I confessed to her, and she was like, I never had a thing for you. She basically said that to me, right? But every coworker was like, oh, cap. Like, she was basically just calling out her bullshit. Like, she definitely had a thing for you, but you just like fucked it up. I was like, okay, well, fuck. But yeah, that was the theater mishaps. The theater was like high school V2. That's what it felt like, honestly.
Damn. So
And that's why I enjoyed it so much.
miscommunication and bad
Yeah.
timing from you.
Yeah, it was bad. Oh my god, I
So
forgot
it
about
just fell from there
Yeah,
after
it was
confessing.
all downhill from there. I fucked up the first date.
I mean, I get it. It seems like you did dodge some stress from that. You know, you were
Yeah.
getting subtweeted when you weren't a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened after?
What happened after her, or just like
Yeah. Like, if you want to wrap it up, if there's more to it, you can let me know. Or who like came into the picture next.
this one's gonna be pretty deep.
Okay.
This one's like where my life kind of turned around, and I'm gonna be a little bit more vague on.
Yeah. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, it's still affecting me.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the one where I was kind of like a little bit unofficial one, and I met her because she was a close friend's girlfriend that just broke up with them, but they were dating for a couple years, and it was before I met them.
Yeah, close friends ex.
Like they were together and then they broke up when I just got close to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What year was this? Like, was this like a few years after the movie thing?
Yeah, a few years after.
Okay.
Like 2-3 years after.
Mm-hmm.
So I got close to her because we hung out in different scenarios because he couldn't stand being with her and like being next to her, and one thing led to another, and she approached me first in a level, and it was a really bad time for me, and I was definitely the bad guy. And I didn't really have a relationship before this, and I never had, you know, um, someone appreciate me like physically or emotionally or anything like that.
Hmm.
So she definitely took like like I don't want to say she took advantage of me, but she kind of did, and she knew that. Um, and But also, I mean, I'm also just as fault. So she made a move, and I didn't decline it or anything like that. And we had something going on, and um, we held it secret for a long time, or for about a year, and we didn't want to face it. And there was so much guilt eventually to me. I don't know if I want to fucking do this. Like I just doing this behind my close friend's back, and I just feel so shitty in doing this. Like, yeah, I have feelings, but I care about these guys. um and I'm just gonna fuck it up. And uh me being selfish, she didn't want to. She was very against it, telling anyone. And I was really for it in it. And then there was a time where he basically the boyfriend, and it was a really awkward time because they were thinking about getting back together, but we still had a thing. So it got really messy.
Hmm.
Um, and then I was like, I don't like. I even told her like, I don't ever want her to uh, be in a position where she would have to choose. I would back off, but like I was just like too in deep, and it just affected my whole relationship with this person because he found out before I was able to tell him about it, even though I wanted to tell him before. Um, and like there was a night where it was like I had work in the morning, and this was a time where I was just focused on work because
Yeah.
I'd wake up early in the morning. It was like 2, 3 a.m. and they told me to reach out to or like go to him. And it was like a whole argument because he found out. And it was a whole mess. And basically he wanted me to never talk to her or speak to her again.
Hmm.
And I declined. I said no. I think I don't want to do that. I basically told him no. And he was like, okay, well, I don't know if I can hang out with you anymore. I don't know what happened. Like, so we still like it was really shaky in the beginning, but we tried to mend our relationship. And I try to force a relationship where um, to pretend like nothing happened. And that was probably the biggest mistake was I like kind of force fed my relationship with him. And when he had this like um, this spite towards me, and I didn't really do anything to solve that.
Yeah.
So my mental is like he's over it, but he's been in a relationship with this girl for a while. And um, she's she means a lot to him. It was a situation where I was in the wrong, and I just like wholeheartedly thought selfishly. And like it's like what I'm trying to reframe my thoughts here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Take your time.
um but I what was I saying? Fuck. Oh yeah. So um he told me not to. And then like a couple months passed, and you know they were trying to get together at that point. It never worked out. They were just in an instance. But just because like it was still like really weird between me and her, I guess they ended things. But then we were cool again. And then I was back to work for me. Um, and I didn't have a lot of interaction. I didn't have time to talk to anyone because of my work. And I'm being that serious about this. And like a year after, like I quit the job 2020, and I started playing games with everyone again. And I, it was just like I just like pretending like we were still cool, and he's been past relationships, and they still have these they still had something, and they were still trying to work it out, and I yeah it was really messy, and it was not a it was not a good time at all, and I felt like I that was my biggest fuck up, and I'm still trying to learn from that.
Hmm.
And every in all these scenarios, like I'm trying to tell you that I'm trying to, and my biggest ambition is to like learn everything, because my biggest thing for me is to learn from everything. Like I want to continuously strive and get better and just improve as a human being, I would say. So um I gotta take it up the chin, say like I messed up here, and um there things happen to another, and that person really, I probably shouldn't like we there probably should have been some closure, or like I probably shouldn't have forced my friendship when I know deep down he didn't really fuck with me. um it was just I can't, I'm not good at talking about issues. I really, I feel like I'm really bad at it. So like, when I don't, maybe it's just in like an Asian tradition thing. Like even talking to your parents, I can't, even if we have an issue or anything like that. It's hard to, after you have an argument, it's hard to talk anything, and sometimes you just like talk again after a couple of periods of time, and like pretend like nothing happened. Like I do that a lot, and I notice I do that a lot.
Yeah.
But that that is, sometimes it could bite you in the ass, because like it makes you look more secretive, like you did nothing, like it makes it seem like you did nothing wrong, or it makes you look secretive or whatever, because you don't want to talk about it.
Hmm.
So it inherently makes you more selfish looking when you're not trying to be that way. You just don't know how to express your apology, or express the issue, because you just don't know how to say it, because you never fucking learn how to.
Hmm.
um so that's like on and off about her. But yeah, you that's that story. I could continue on that story after, and that story has definitely affected me after, and I could explain to that later, but I'm sure you have more questions. But
Hmm.
specifically about the love life, that, yeah, that's about her.
Okay, just to like kind of clear things up so I could get the overall picture, because I feel like I missed some parts while I was like
Sure.
processing. So
Sorry, that was a lot, I know.
no, you're fine. I know this was during the time you were like with the new job and you were on the grind. So how did you exactly meet these two? And when you did meet them for the first time, was that when they were together, or are you saying that they had history and they were just
They
like
were
off?
together when I first met them, and then they broke up like literally a month after I got close with this guy.
And you got close to them like through work or
No, through mutual
mutuals?
friends. Yeah, through mutual friends.
Got it. And so while they were broken up, you became interested and you guys had like a secret relationship, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she was so um she was like she made the move first, and we hung out individually. So she'd have so they had the same group of friends pretty much, or she was close to the same group of friends. So like she still wants to hang out with the friends without him being there sometimes when they broke up. So
Mm-hmm.
like there was instances where I got invited. There was a lot of instances where I got invited with her and just him. So that's so when it was just the events with just her and it, um, I guess feelings started to develop, and I like didn't even think about me having feelings for her. I didn't even think that way until she made a move on me.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that. That's natural for it to like happen, and then you're saying that she initiated it. But so you're saying while she was kind of having like some sort of relationship with you, you're saying that they were thinking of getting back together?
Towards the end, yeah, like after, like months and months after.
Of like being completely separated with him. Like
Yeah.
they rekindled something, something
Yeah, they were
resparked.
probably talking on and off, like, without me knowing, you know? But, like, they were actually trying to make an effort to being back together. It was like, it threw me off, and I was like, she was she didn't know who to choose at that time, and I was like, "I don't wanna fucking do this at all." Like, I just felt so bad when that happened, like, it was just like, I just didn't know what to do. I was just so, like, confused.
Yeah, but you guys were all like within the same group, and that's
Yeah.
why both of you were still in her life.
Yeah, and then, so, like, it made it even worse because the friends in the group knew what was going
Everything.
on, but I
Yeah.
never even talked to them about it. So they have like a really poor opinion of me, and I don't know how to, like, explain it to them, or even defend myself at this point. And they just have this shitty opinion of me, and it's like I'm just an elf, like a fucking, a homewrecker, or
Yeah,
whatever you want to
yeah,
say.
yeah. Yeah, I get that. I could see how each person would feel, but yeah, that's why I'm trying to like clarify and get the whole understanding. So while she was trying to figure things out, like she was split up with him, you guys were just talking, nothing official, just everything was low key.
Yeah,
But then, of course, your focus was on her and she developed feelings for the guy again. And
yeah,
so she put herself in that sticky situation, but you were a part of it, so I get that.
yeah.
Okay, and then fast forward when he found out, what was her like response, reaction? Like, did
Um,
she ghost you from there, or what happened?
mm, I decided to ghost her, so I blocked her off for a little bit for after everything, and then it was really weird because the time where he was like, "Don't talk to her again," and I said no, and so I just couldn't do it anymore. So I removed her, and then I unremoved her because there was like, he invited us and all the things, and he invited me with her and him, or me and her too, because he wanted to like pretend like nothing happened too. He, I don't, yeah,
Wait, if he told you to like stop talking to her, you said no, but you still blocked her. How is that? Like, what do you mean by that?
like, I still, like, at the time I still want to talk to her, but then like
Hmm.
I couldn't handle it anymore as an emotional side.
Yeah.
And like I was like, okay, like, and I forgot what she said. I think like it was something separate that she said too, and then that made me block her.
Okay. Because so
Yeah,
you're like feeling guilt, of course, at this point, but it seems
yeah,
like
like,
both of you, like you and the dude, part of you guys wanted to somehow mend the relationship without actually tackling it head on.
yeah,
Because that's why you were saying
very
it's
much
hard for
so,
you,
100%.
and it
Yes,
just didn't work out from there. But in that process, while trying to like pretend nothing happened, you started talking to the girl again. They didn't work out, and then how did things like fall out between you and the guy, and you and the girl?
um, so I just, we just stopped talking, me and her, for like a while, like a long, long while,
Hmm.
because like we got in arguments too, or like other things too. Like, I forgot why, but we got in a lot of arguments. And I think it was containing that too, but we got in a shit ton of arguments, because it was just super unhealthy. The situation was just so fucking red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, all
Yeah.
over the place. Um, and me and him, he had the persona that everything was okay. Um, but at the end, it was not okay for him.
Yeah.
So, like, behind closed doors, his opinion of me and his words about me were really poor.
Hmm.
But to me, we're all good.
I see. Got it. And so things just fell from there.
Yeah.
Like you just stopped
We were
talking
we
to
were
him at
close
all.
friends for a while, but I you finally noticed that
It's not
um
gonna work.
it's not gonna work.
And did that cause you to like lose connection with everyone else in the group, or what?
Yeah, and this was recent. This is recent too.
Hmm.
Um, you know, everything just clashed, and um, pretty much yes. Like it just and it's part of my fault too because um, most of people probably and they're very introverted too. Most of them are very introverted, so I don't expect anyone to reach out to
Reach out,
me.
yeah.
And I don't want them to reach out to me in their case because in any scenario where if I build any relationship with you, um, where it's more than 3 years and that's the majority of the people in the group, um, then I will still fuck with you and care about you regardless. Even the guy, like
Hmm.
I still, and that's why it fucked with me so hard. Um, because I still fucking care about the dude and want nothing but the best for him, um and for everyone in the group. And sometimes we're still cool, but it's definitely not the same.
Yeah, of
And
course.
the person in that group too is the manager slash friend that I was talking about earlier in the go-karting place.
Hmm.
And also he doesn't like me too, um, because he felt like I was isolating him. And sometimes I was, because sometimes I didn't like the way he treated me, but I didn't say that to him, because I was always an under to him, and I didn't like that. My pride couldn't handle that, and so sometimes in some cases I would reach out to individuals, and I realized that I wasn't trying to isolate him. I just didn't feel sometimes comfortable talking to him, but I didn't want to isolate. I didn't want him to have that feeling. But I never told him that I felt shitty around him. Um,
Yeah.
so I just suck at expressing words, and
Hmm.
um, yeah, that was yeah.
Yeah, you were uncomfortable, but it was unintentional at the same time. But he
Yeah,
he, he
it
picked
was the
up. He picked
unintentional
up
part
on
was
it.
me isolating him out, and he thought that that I
Hmm.
was just trying to have everyone like with me and rather than him.
Yeah,
Um, and He'd never contacted me about that.
makes
Uh,
sense. Okay,
but yeah,
gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, so I definitely understand how it's still fresh, and you've been thinking about the slot not only from your point of view, from theirs too. So.
yeah, I could understand the spite towards me,
Hmm.
and I just want to get over this because there's this overwhelming feeling of guilt, not to the person, but the people involved with it.
Yeah.
Um, I won't, I just, 2 years ago, I fucking felt like I had all the friends in the world. And um, now I just feel like I'm losing so much close friends, and my fault or their fault. It's just weird.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um,
Okay, so yeah, moving on from there. Like, was there anything else relative to like relationships and heartbreak?
yeah, there was a person. So this one's a little more lighthearted. Sorry, this is gonna be a
No,
transition
no
a little
worries.
bit. So this one was the official relationship, but it didn't last very long. And this one was like, fuck, it was messy, but it was like, it's kind of like lighthearted messy, like kind of funny messy a little bit.
Okay.
But anyways, so this girl, so I met this girl doing one of my jobs, right? And I was training her. It was the one I worked for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And she no call no show, basically quit. But she didn't want to tell anyone. So that day I called her, see what's going on. She didn't pick up. She texted me at like 3 a.m. Bro, I'm supposed to be asleep by now, right? I think I'm starting doing some degenerate shit, like playing fucking video games. But she texted me like saying, "What are you doing?" Right? And I never got like that type of text or call before, so I was like kind of like shocked, and I don't know what's going on.
Especially
And
because you weren't close, or were you guys relatively
we were
close?
cool.
Okay, because you
We were
trained her.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were cool because I trained her, and but the thing is, the very like dirt messy thing is, she moved up here from Southern California with her boyfriend at the time,
Hmm.
so she lived with a dude,
Yeah.
right? But basically, it was kind of messy because they weren't like ever official. They met online, like through Tinder,
Mhm.
and like they like kind of ended things there, but they were still living. They were like kind of stuck living with each other, and it was like a really weird relationship they had.
Yeah.
But so basically she reached out to me and she hit me up, and things led to another, and she was like in the middle of like trying to end things with him and move away, and then yeah, she was pretty yeah, she definitely advanced on me first, and she was interested in me first, and um I wouldn't like spend another dime if she didn't hit me up that one time. But basically, she hit me up, and I realized that she was like drunk by herself in San Jose and downtown, and I was about to pick her up, but she said she was okay, and then we hung out after that, and then one thing led to another, and we made it official for like 3 months,
Hmm.
and then I found out that basically what she claims is that dude still wanted to be in the same bed with her even though they broken up, but they were still in action with each other
What
while
the
we were
fuck?
together. um,
What the fuck?
so um, yeah, it was like, okay, no,
Wait, wait,
but
wait. How did you find out? She told you, like, just straight
yeah,
up?
she confessed. um but the crazy thing was, like, I wasn't super hurt about this because I think our attraction towards each other, first of all, we rushed things, and it was more like just like it was no real like emotional attraction towards her and
Yeah.
or towards each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after that, you just stopped talking to her.
Yeah, she moved back to SoCal,
Hmm.
and the motherfucker blocked me. Fucking decided to be unfaithful and fucking blocked me. Fucking unreal.
Yeah. You think you've seen it all, but no.
I'm probably gonna see more. It's all good. It's all learning experiences, bro.
All right. So that was like the recent one, and ever since then, you've been just chilling, or what?
I've been single and
Hmm.
non-mingling for
Okay.
sure.
All right. So with that, um, what would you say your, like, what's your type?
What's my type?
Yeah, just in general, like
Um,
features, personality, up to you.
uh, like looks wise or just like personality?
Both. Anything.
Um, usually I like the more introverted girls. Usually, yeah, because I think um, for me and my side is that I think opposites attract for me,
Hmm.
because I can't have someone just as loud and obnoxious as me. I need someone to calm me down and like say like I'm being too annoying, pretty much. Usually like the the QT down to earth girls. That's usually my type. Um, and banter is really important for me. I think if I could share a lot of banter for you, that's like a huge plus. So yeah, because I'm a shit talk and I'm competitive.
Yeah.
Um, so I think banter is really important too.
Okay, gotcha. Was there anything else?
No, nothing else.
All right. Talk
She's
about.
never mind, I'm not gonna say anything inappropriate, anyways.
Okay. Talk about some of the red flags you've come across or just haven't talked about yet.
Red flags that I haven't come across. Fuck, there's so many. Red flags, red flags. Um, I think in the first day, if they mention their past relationship on the fly, I think that's a red flag. Um, I think, um, I don't know, pretty, for the most part, I think I'm pretty open. I don't really know a red flag until it's done. If that makes
Mhm.
sense. Like I'm not a very cautious person. I think that's also really dumb of me, but, um, like before, like red flag was like smoking and drinking, because I don't smoke and I don't drink that much, but that I don't really care about anymore. Um, um, yeah, I don't know like a huge. I'm trying to think. Oh, if they don't get along with my family, I think that's a red flag.
Okay.
Like I think my mom has to like them. I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think my mom has a good judge of character, even though she's really overbearing and overcaring. Like I'm
Mhm.
like her fucking baby. She never wants to lose. Um, I think my mom is really important. I can imagine my sister not liking anyone I date, but it's okay. She's just that type of person. Um, um, yeah, it's tough to think of red flags right now, because like if I say that's a red flag, I don't know. It's okay. It's bearable. Like I could work with it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me being down bad. Fuck it. I
No
don't
worries.
fucking
No
know.
worries.
I don't know.
Okay, so aside from like red flags, what relationship advice would you give to other people?
Oh man, it's tough because I've been so little and I don't have enough experience. Um, uh, I think I think the past is the past. I think what you know, like if this person is genuine, and because people are always starting as idiots. Everyone's fucking dumb in the beginning, right? Um, I think you know I don't agree on one thing where it's like one like if this person is this person, this person's always going to be this person. Um, obviously, like being unfaithful, that's one thing. Like, but like if the person's like immature or loud or rude or whatever the case is, like people are willing to learn if they know they fucked up.
Yeah.
Um, I think that's one thing is people like looking like if you like this person and you think this person's being genuine, I think you keep them. Um, I think you have to learn a person through yourselves, not through others. I think that's another important thing, because you're like there's so many narrations of each individual. Like, especially I know for me, I know a lot of people have different like mindsets to me. Like I'm this person or that person, but I think if you really got to know me, then you got to really just meet me. If you really want to, like, if you don't fucking like me without having any type of effort of liking me just because of one opinion, I think it's just like it's just a little it's ignorant. I think that's one thing. So I think you just really got to know the individual by yourself, and kind of trust it at heart. I know people can be two-faced and I know people can be fake, but I mean it's responsibility to kind of read that. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Was there anything else?
um
Yes.
like relationship advice, I think that's all I got right now.
Cool. Cool. Other than relationships, I usually ask people things relative to like their mental health. So, how would you say you're doing right now mentally?
I think I'm doing a lot better. I think if you asked me maybe a month ago, I think, well, just being honest here, I was always against seeking professional mental health
Mhm.
for a long time, because I've always was known as a weak person, and just in general, like spiritually, physically, mentally, a fucking weak person. That's a lot of people's image of me, just weak and irresponsible, not dependable on. So I just thought it made me personally look weaker if I seek professional help. Um, and then when my sister did it, and when it's starting to become normalized, I was like, okay, fuck it, maybe I gotta just take the ego off of it, and take my pride off, and do something about it. And because this was fucking bugging me, and I hated myself for such a long time within the last like couple months,
Yeah.
because I just um besides that close friend I would mention, I mentioned like another really close friend, because I decided to drop him because I just have this, like, I don't know if it's like a spire stance or anything like that. I have a feeling that this person's talking poor of me, and I'll stick to that gut. And usually, it's right. I don't know if it's because of cells of reading people, but like, especially when it comes to uh, having opinions on me of people that I'm not that close to, but they're close to me. If I want to get to know them, and they kind of have a interaction, like a weird interaction with me when I first meet them, I know that they know something about me that I didn't tell them. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I noticed about that because he got close with a group of friends, and they when they interacted with me, it was really like cautious, and I was
Yeah,
just like,
you felt
why?
that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, for sure. And now I just didn't. I just can't trust that anymore. And maybe it's an insecurity, but Um, I can't trust the fact that you can't trust me. I can never trust. Like it's not you that's trustworthy. It's you me trusting that you trust me. If that makes sense. I don't think that you think I'm a good person. I don't want you to fake it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Especially when they don't
and
know you. Yeah.
And if you don't like me, then I don't think you should be close with me. I don't think that you should put the facade that you're close to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I find out that you really did that, then it's just gonna hurt more. Um, like I just I especially at that time I just can't bear hearing that someone really close to me doesn't like me or doesn't fuck with me in a way, and or talk shit about me or talks poorly. I just couldn't, like I couldn't bear another opinion about me like that. And it was like I was just the most insecure the last couple months about that. And um even like groups I just like associate myself with, and like one small thing I was just like kind of isolate myself. And we talked about people isolating themselves, and Wilson, and I was kind of like that in a way where I just like I had these like I just couldn't, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
i I love meeting new people, but I can't. um and I didn't have that confidence I had before. And I know I lost a little bit of myself the last couple of months. And like a big piece of myself. I was like, there's something wrong with me. There's something not me that and I just couldn't find it. And you know, meeting meeting you, and like you introducing to their friends, like I felt like I found it again, a little piece of it again. That whole like even like you inviting me out to like the barbecue and like fucking karaoke, like because I used to do that shit for like my birthday, my like last where I used to always go to karaoke events. And um I just didn't know who to invite anymore. I don't know who my close friends are anymore at that point. And
Mm-hmm.
um you don't understand how much that meant to me, like in all honesty. um because it was me feeling the feeling of meeting cool people again, and
Yeah.
meeting new people. And that feeling of my favorite feeling is just making new friends. Like I know that sounds really cheesy, but it's just true.
Mm-hmm.
um just interacting with people that I instantly click with. I think that's an awesome feeling.
Appreciate that. So you ended up going, like, seeking professional help? Is that what you're
I
saying?
did, yeah,
Yeah.
for a couple of sessions, not very much
And
sessions, but
your thoughts after that?
the guy was cool. I think the main important thing was that, like, because I was very, like I said, I'm really shitty at expressing myself, but then I also like over talk. So when I was like, so I kind of like he didn't even like give me a solution. That's the crazy thing. I don't know if anyone else is fucking for mental or like therapist or psychologist. I don't know what the fucking they call them, but I don't know if like they give solutions or I don't know what they fucking do. But he just like asked one fucking really vague question, and like a challenge question, like fuck you got me. I don't know how to answer that question. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, well, like this. And I kept talking about it, and I kept talking about that. I didn't really, that was in the back of my head, but I never really expressed it. It's like, fuck, that's the fucking solution. I fucking figured it out myself. I don't know. I think that's the magic to it, because he gave me a question to challenge myself on it. I was like, fuck you, asshole. Why would you ask that question? I don't fucking know. And then I thought about it, and then like I was like, okay, it's like this. And then I went I dig deeper in it. I just kept talking and talking because he was quiet. So I was like, okay, I guess I got to talk more about it. And then I was like, okay, maybe I really feel this way. And I was like, fuck. I was like, man, that just like blew my mind how much that impacted me. I was like, okay, mate, like I'm really just over my head. Like I was just in my head. I was fucking living rent free, fucking mortgage free, like for the longest time. And I'm in the massive healing process right now. I feel a lot better right now. Like it, things are, you know, people come and go in your life, and I understand that. And um, yeah, man, like I'm healing and I'm better, a lot better.
For sure, for sure. So aside from seeking professional help, what advice would you give like others, especially when they're at their lowest points in life mentally too?
Um, man, there's so many things. I think just taking thought of yourself, like, um, like for me personally, I'm overly dramatic, where like I felt like I was the scummiest person in the earth, um, and then I kind of challenged myself, gave me like a challenging question, like why, what happened, and like it was like plan, like step one happened, and step two, step three, step four, step five. I just took step by step, and I kind of realized that it's not all my fault. It's not my fault, and even if it was my fault or I take any accountability for it, it, like it's not like it'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know that's just like people. It's a generic thing to say, but I think when I noticed that, it's more lighthearted than it actually is at the time, because I know any situation where you're fucking down, and you just feel like nothing could fucking make you happy again. Um, you, I just found out that like people gave a fuck about me, and like I hated the world for a moment, because like I just wanted to like be petty and fucking say fuck everyone. And but at the same time, like I give a fuck about too much people saying that. And I know that. I think that like people who who kill themselves the most, I think that just the number one aspect is just that it's not, it's a little more lighthearted, and they'll be okay. You just, if you fuck up, you fuck up, but there's always a way to learn from it, or do something about it.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Appreciate that. Okay, so how would you say COVID has affected you personally?
Ah man, fucking COVID. No, I'm just kidding. Well, it's a good and bad thing. I think. So like I said, I feed energy off of people. So when I couldn't feed off energy of people, it was kind of like miserable. I think that's the number one thing. Is like you fucking isolate yourself. Even talking to people, I need to see your beautiful face like in front of me to talk to you. And so that's it. Kind of made me, it made me more sad, but it made me realize about my job. So that's the thing I could think of. Like I fucking quit my job for it. But and for the most part, it really sucked for me to not being able to go out, get out there more. And I became a little more antisocial for sure because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair with everyone, right?
Yeah, relatable. Was there anything else?
Um, what would you say?
With COVID?
Yeah.
No, you touched on like great points, but I feel like it affects everyone differently. So
Yeah, for sure. I think it just sucks, man. Because also, like, I was just in home, and like, I felt like I was like contributing nothing because I had no job too, and like I couldn't talk to anyone, so it sucked. Like just being like soaked in. I think
mm-hmm.
that's the worst part about it.
Yeah, for sure, man. No worries. You're thriving. Things have changed.
Yeah, it's definitely Yeah, things are changing in it for the better for sure. And
Okay. Before we move on to the social media aspects of your life, do you need a break or are you good?
no, I'm good. Let's get going, baby.
All right. Near the latter half, like for sure.
Okay,
So
sounds good.
aside from Twitch, right? What social media platforms are you active on?
Bro, I hate to admit this. I fucking really hate to admit this, but I'm so my life is consumed in TikTok. I hate to say this, and I actually put myself a timer. So so iPhones have a function where you could actually set a timer for apps. So I set myself a 15 minutes total timer, and then they'll give me an alarm. It's like a basic alarm, so you could add 1 minute, add 15 minutes, or just turn it off for the rest of the day. But like it's just basically, hey, you're 15 minutes up. And that never fucking works. I just pay renew 15 minutes, renew 15 minutes, renew 15 minutes. It takes so much work time. I've been fucking using it at work. It's so bad. It's just like so mindlessly fucking watching stupid videos. But TikTok and a little bit of Instagram. Um, Very, very, very little Snapchat. And Discord. Obviously Discord. Well, Discord and Twitch are like my two main things.
Yeah.
I bet it kind of goes hand in hand, Discord and Twitch.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the socials. Twitch, huge, relatable to a lot of us, especially on this platform. So
Yeah.
you talked about how you were introduced by friends. You thought it was interesting. You took it upon yourself to actually give it a shot in 2016, and now COVID hit. I'm sure you got back into it, right? So give us an overview of your whole experience so far, and then I have plenty of specific questions.
Dude, I was a big fucking when Twitch first started. So I actually knew about Twitch 2014 or 20
Like-
no, like 2015, 2016. No,
Like League
20
streamers and stuff, right?
like 27, 2018. Yeah, I used to follow League, and I thought it was the dumbest shit ever because it was okay. So honestly, I thought Twitch was the dumbest thing ever. And let me explain myself. Because you're like, okay, whatever. But I really thought it was the dumbest thing ever because it was also like, it was not as creative as it was before. It wasn't like really content creating. It was just strictly gaming, watching people play games, right? That's what it was before. That's what it was. People live streaming, they playing video games. It wasn't creative. There was no creative shit about it. It was just people playing games and you learning from them. I was like, why the fuck do I want to watch people play League when I could just play League myself? That was my mentality. I was toxic. I was a fucking hard stuck silver fucking League of Legends shitty person, but I thought I was the shit because I was fucking almost gold. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, this is the stupidest app ever. This is the stupidest website ever. Why are people on Twitch watching other people play League? That's so boring. League is so boring. And then I got introduced to tournaments, LCS for League of Legends. I was like, this is the coolest shit ever. I fucking love this. This is so hype.
Okay.
But and then I never expected Twitch to be a social app where I would interact with other people and get close with the individuals. I think that's fucking amazing, and I think what Twitch is now is fucking awesome. And I love Twitch a lot, and I think that's so awesome that people are finding other ways to live stream besides gaming. People are doing fucking gym, hiking streams, you name it, art streams, music streams. They introduced fucking music artists in fucking Twitch, and I thought that was so fucking cool. And everyone gets so creative, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I didn't ever expected people to want to start streaming. I never really thought about it until like my friend, like I said, did it. One of my coworkers. I'm like, this is kind of cool. This is kind of fun. This is entertaining. I could probably do this too, and I could be pretty entertaining. That was just my mindset, and so I was like, okay, I might as well start this. And definitely joining Kev's community has definitely improved my streamings. I've definitely met a lot of people through Twitch because of that, and because I have my own community, and then it kind of expanded from there, from like other people too, mutuals, like other people in Discord, like IRL friends there in Twitch. Like it brings so much people together, and like it was just such a weird thing for me at first, and it's still kind of weird. I love it to death, but it's still kind of surreal weird, as in like Like it went to this route.
Yeah. And then once you started actually streaming, right? Like we could talk about the specific questions. What were you streaming back then versus now? Like categories.
I think I was. Ooh, sheesh. I think. I think I was streaming on my PlayStation. So my PS3 or 4 has PlayStation Stream. I think I started that on stream. I think, or maybe League of Legends. I don't fucking remember. Before Valorant, I don't remember. Everything's a blur in Twitch streaming. But what did I stream before fucking Valorant? Actually, I don't think about it. Huh. Anyways, I remember streaming a scary game on PlayStation. What was it called? It was a story one where it's like you decide certain oh my god, it's gonna kill me. I was scared to death of it. It's not that scary, but it's kind of scary. It's like a group of teenagers in a cabin, and you make decisions, and then like a decision will like affect the game.
Yeah, lead to the next scenarios. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I'm talking about? You know
yeah. No, not. I have no idea what game you're talking about specifically, but those type of games.
It was like in a fucking cabin. It's a pretty popular fucking game. Fuck. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I played that game. It was entertaining for people like close friends. Like I said, it was for close friends.
Yeah.
And it's because I was fucking scared shitless. You know, I get scared super easily.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish it was an act. And I wish it was for entertainment, but it's really not. I'm just a fucking scaredy cat. So that was the case, and yeah, I think that was the first thing, and Valorant was definitely the biggest thing. I'm trying to remember what I streamed. Oh, I streamed a little bit of Genshin Impact.
Genshin, okay.
Yeah, I spent like $300 and never fucking pay that game again. Just the characters are all so beautiful. Stupid fucking game. I'm just kidding for anyone that watches Genshin and plays the Genshin Impact.
Yeah, suckered you in.
I got suckered in. I didn't spend 300. I spent like 100 something. But I stopped playing out there, man. All the characters look so nice looking. God damn it!
All right. And then it led up to Valorant eventually. Is that what you're mainly streaming now? Because I know you're also playing like what, Apex and Rocket League.
Valorant. Yeah, I think my second biggest streaming game platform is Rocket League. I've been streaming a little of NBA 2K22, but I'm definitely more known as a Valorant streamer than anyone. Than anything for sure. I was doing like some IRL cooking streams, which was really cool. I had like HelloFresh for a little bit. You know HelloFresh?
Yes, I've been seeing advertisements and stuff.
Yeah, so I was actually doing that when I was like, you know, I was like really into, or I was like, you know, getting a little more lean and healthier. It was like a couple months ago. It just started getting expensive, but like it's like the first like few shipments, they gave you a discount. It was cool streams, like cooking streams. And I'm a very noob cooker, and like people made fun of me of my cutting skills, but I got a lot better. It was like my fucking character development arc, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it was cool. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right. As of now, what is your schedule looking like when it comes to streaming?
Non-existent, to be honest.
That's fair.
Very sporadically.
And that is okay. Usually at night.
And I probably stream like what, twice a week maybe. I was streaming definitely a lot more during COVID when I wasn't working. That was like when I was at it. I was going hammerino.
Yeah.
Hammerino, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So far, name one of your favorite memories from streaming, like, or just being on Twitch.
Be on Twitch?
Just like being on Twitch. It doesn't have to be you streaming. Just anything.
The funny one was I told you about the dating show. That was pretty funny. I was in a dating show. It was just funny because like everyone was so supportive of me. So it was a fun company. And then my subathon, my first subathon, I did a 24-hour subathon. That shit was super fun. And then like that was like top 2, and then like some certain Valorant the in-houses of Valorant Pev. You know, I used to cast for him a lot, so some of it's very, very entertaining. So I would say those are like the biggest memories.
Ooh, okay. So, based on your experience, what are the pros and cons of Twitch streaming?
Pros, just in general.
Yeah, or to you personally?
Pros, I think you meet a lot of new people. Um, and it's really fun, and you have to um I'm trying to think of more pros because I'm gonna say a few cons, and I'm more for streaming, so I don't want to make it seem like I'm against streaming, but
Yeah, I understand.
just me personally, yeah, you meet a lot of people. It's really fun when chat's really active, right?
Hmm.
It's really fun when like people are like laughing and shit, and like you're with homies. It's like I don't know, it's just it's a really good time when you're up good in streaming, if that makes sense. I think it's a great time when you have a great crowd. The cons with it is that it's definitely mentally taxing. For me personally, it was mentally taxing doing it continuously. I think it's because I streamed almost every day, if not every day, when I did it. So I was like, "Fuck, I could just keep doing it and doing this, and because I'm playing fucking fun." But I realized how taxing it was doing it. So I didn't never really had a schedule. Even when I was doing it every day, I didn't really have a schedule. So that's when I messed up. When I should have probably did like every other day or like took a break for at the very least, but I never took a break. So I just fucking stream every day. Um, and then I think um, getting the habit to talk to yourself is really weird because technically streaming you're talking to yourself. I know there's a chat there, but when you're starting and when you have less viewerships or anything like that, you have to find a way to talk to yourself. I think that's the number one thing. And then just I think and an issue I told you about this before was playing a game like Valorant or any competitive game can get tilting, and I get tilted pretty easily. So when you're down bad in a game like that and in a competitive field where it just feels really shitty losing, it's not fun to stream. It's not fun for the viewer. It's not fun for the streamer to watch, or
Hmm.
not fun for the viewer to watch. Not fun for the streamer to stream. It's not encouraging to stream more if you're doing poorly in a game that in a competitive field. It's not cool at all. I think that's the number one thing. That's why I want to start going to play single player games, but that just takes a lot of time, and I have zero attention span. So maybe in the future I want to play a lot more casual games. I think Among Us streams were a lot of fun when I did that too.
Nice, Among Us.
Yeah, Among Us was fun. I did a couple Among Us streams.
Yeah, I totally get that. Pros and cons. Hmm.
Would you add on to anything for pros or cons?
I definitely have my own opinions. I've heard many other like pros and cons in general, but
Mhm.
like yeah, without a doubt, you're right. It can be mentally taxing, but for whatever reasons, especially if you're trying to grow on the platform, definitely the most I hear is focusing on viewership, the numbers. Twitch
Yeah.
just throws the statistics like at you for everything. You see people posting about their like ups and downs. Yeah.
I think it's really and maybe it's me too, but like there's like a really huge misconception is you obviously want to gain a following, like that's no questions asked. But it's not your goal to get famous. I think it's just to like you're not doing it for the clout, you're not doing it for the fame, like fuck all that, right? You're just doing it for the notoriety, you're doing it for the entertainment aspect, you're doing it to influence people. That's what it being an influencer, that's what a content creator is. You're making content for making people laugh or get entertained. um when people kind of accuse you for cloud chasing or trying to catch fame or anything like that, that's not the case. For the most part, I know some people are, sure, but for some people who just strictly love making that content, then let them make the content.
Hmm.
Obviously, stats is one thing. You want to have the stats. You want to seem like you're growing in some way, and obviously, and sometimes the stats like viewership and things like that, that's the way to tell you're growing. You're making your stuff better. It's the viewership, it's the counts, it's the numbers, but
Yeah.
it's not about you know, the final goal of becoming super fucking popular, being a big streamer. It's just, getting improvement and getting content because you love that for yourself and you love that creating it for others.
Yup. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, so aside from like pros and cons, what advice would you give to those who are trying to get started or just actually trying to grow on this platform?
Trying to get started, just fucking don't listen to the fucking haters. If people get teased, fuck them. Honestly, fuck them. If you think you could do it, just fucking do it. It's gonna be like this is what I tell people for when I teach sales. Get fucking comfortable of being uncomfortable because it's the most uncomfortable feeling when you first start. You're getting zero people, no one's watching, but you're gonna talk for yourself. You're gonna try to entertain yourself.
Uh-huh.
But learn to entertain yourself before you entertain others. And just and it's not just me saying it because I haven't made a lot of progress because I stopped doing it. But this is what other people say too that have made it is it's not about the quality, it's about the quantity. So keep doing it if you're really going for it. Just fucking go at it. Keep throwing that content, be consistent about it because I could tell you that once you take once you take that break, once you take that mental break, it's hard to get back. It really is. There's so many streamers out there. There's so many people who want to get throwing the content out there. Don't look at them as competition. Look at them as a networking event. Look at them to fucking meet other people. These other small streamers, they want to meet other streamers too. I guarantee you, most of them do. So just worry about the quantity. You throw it all out there.
Nice, well said. So with that being said, do your parents know that you stream or your family members?
They hear me yell. I don't really tell them I stream.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know how to explain that to you, but they probably have an idea because I've done like some stupid shit or just I look like an idiot maybe in front of them because I'd be like talking to like if I did my cooking streams, they'd be right there and I'd be just looking dumb and like talking to my phone. I think they would know. They have an idea. I don't know they exactly know like what Twitch is and like that world, but they probably have an idea.
So not even your siblings, like your brother, sister?
My siblings know. Well, my brothers got me involved with, so he actually introduced me to Kev's community, so he knew about the Twitch thing too.
Okay.
And my sister knows that I stream too. She'll swing by time.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, they're supportive. They're cool. I love my siblings.
Okay, so when it comes to streaming, what are your goals?
My goals? Be the fucking best there is. I'm just kidding. One of my goals just to improve, man. Like, like I want to. I strive for progress and improvement. So, any way I could see me improving. I think I don't care about the follower count. I would care about more like if I were to choose, I would choose the viewer count because that just means that people are I'm consistently entertaining. People want to come back and see me. I want to see recurring viewers. That's like I like one-time viewers is cool and like, hey, you're really cool in concept. But I want to be that one guy. I want to have that. Again, there's some people that are like that stick on you. They're like, hey, this guy's really entertaining. I'm gonna keep watching his stream. Obviously, life happens. They're busy. I don't really blame them not coming back. But when you have those people that come back to you, like fuck, that feels so fucking amazing.
Dang, love that. Anything else?
What was the question again?
Like, just like your own personal goals when it comes to streaming.
Yeah,
Twitch.
that's for sure. Just growing, man. I just want to grow, man.
Yeah.
Just want to grow and entertain people, make people fucking laugh.
You're on pace, man.
Sometimes I can't do that when playing fucking Valorant competitive because I suck at the game sometimes. A lot of times, most of the time.
Okay, so we talked about this beforehand, but like you mentioned having your own podcast. What was that experience like?
Oh man, it's fucking. I'm about to make an episode again. It's actually soon. I'm actually thinking about restarting it. But anyways, I thought it was so cool. I think it's awesome. I think me venting like this, I think it was my source of kind of venting it out and being discreet and shit like that, or just venting out in general. It's a solo podcast for me, so it's very different. I think I decided to do it myself, and I was like, fuck it. I'm I know that podcast usually is a group of people. I know there's some solo podcasts out there, but I kind of want to make my own like version of it and kind of do me. The weird thing about it, it's not a conversation, so it's a little awkward like that. It makes talking in general a lot more natural when there's a two-way conversation rather than a one-way conversation, while you're just talking to one point to and talking to one other point, talking to another point, things like that. You get boring really quick. So it's like storytelling plus like throwing some jokes out there, or like having personal, just being. How the fuck are you gonna get involved? How are you gonna get people involved when you're by yourself? And I'm still figuring that out, and I want to get back into it.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you the reason why I want to get back into it?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a little on the petty side. It's a little. It's so like this random dude Instagram DM'd me, right?
Yeah.
And this guy only messaged me. I knew this guy from high school. I'm not close to him at all.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, dude, where's your podcast episodes, right? And I thought it was cool because like anytime he DM'd me, it was about my podcast. So I was like, okay, someone from high school like listen to my podcast. That's kind of tight. I don't talk to this guy. And then like randomly, he's like, just quit, bro. Just quit. Not worth it.
What?
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, why did you just randomly tell me to quit? It was like that's so unnecessary. It's like, and how I put an example, it's like telling McDonald's to fucking completely cancel out the McRib when it comes fucking every once a fucking blue moon. Like, there's no fucking point in telling them to cancel McRib. How does it affect you so much? Why would you say that? So I'm gonna fucking publish one fucking episode, talk to him about it, and fucking mention him because I know he listens to my fucking podcast, and then probably and then maybe be done with it, or maybe continue. I don't know, but I'm gonna publish at least one more episode to talk about it because it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah. Okay. At least that sparked something in you to want to bring it back and to like prove a point. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy though. Personal experience like that. I'm sure you wouldn't really call him a hater. Like, I know that's more on the non-believing side, but have you ever dealt with trolls and hate on Twitch? And if so, how did you handle the situation?
Yes. Yes. From random strangers and from friends, actually. I think it's. Man, this is tough. It's a misunderstanding because I think people have called me out for trying to clout chase through Kev Jumba, when like I'm pretty sure it's a specific person, but I'm gonna say people, and like it's because I got really cool with them because his community, and also other people got cool with them too. Like I hung out with them once, and I'm planning to hang out with them again, and people like just randomly accused me of fucking trying to cloud chase. I was like, what the fuck is like wrong with you? Like that kind of threw me off too. Like it's like in my head, I don't want to be like looked at that guy to like leash off his content. I made a genuine relationship with this guy. We like roast each other all the time. We like have like, and the reason why we are so cool is because we have like really like nice like we have cool banter. It's like funny with us. And I just kind of you just kind of have to brush it aside. Sometimes I still think about it, but it's over. Like they're not really a friend in the first. Like they never really fuck with me. So like, why would I even like put that into words? Why would I even give that the time of day to like think about it?
Yeah.
Also, from haters too, for sure. Like if they see my stream and they see me streaming, like. Because sometimes, and I ain't gonna lie, like if people shit talk, I'll shit talk back. And sometimes I get a little toxic, and some people go too far and like talk about your physical looks or some shit like that. Say you're fucking ugly or something like that, and stream. I'm like, well, at least I don't have an anime picture. At least I don't have this. I don't have that, right? People are fucking like so petty, and like they can't, like everyone has the biggest egos in Valorant, like their most fragile egos. So like when you call them out on their gameplay, they'll call you on your fucking family and life and looks, right? Sometimes. So
yes.
So actually, some guy has Instagram. Okay, there's a one time I feel kind of bad, not really kind of bad, but this guy was like mad shit talking how I look, right? Said like a lot of like unnecessary shit. And this is the first time I did this. I was like shit talking him back, right? It's like, dude, you're so low for like going to my stream and like saying all this shit. So what I decided to do, because he mentioned my looks, right? I fucking pulled his profile up. You know, what do you know? He had his Instagram up, right? And what I did was I fucking put his picture, fucking maximize and put it on the top corner of my stream. Just put it right there. I was like, this is the guy hating on me. I put a big ass fucking arrow on him, by the way. And he just stopped talking to my stream. It was a little petty, but it was kind of funny. But for the most part, I just banned him or I try to ignore him.
Yeah.
That was just one part that he just went too far, and I just had to clap back
you were feeling it,
I was feeling a little in the petty side for sure.
Gotcha.
But for the most part, I try to get along with a lot of people.
Yeah. Trolls and hate, get it. All right, this next question. So, what's your opinion on the difference of the streaming experiences for guys and girls?
Oh, is that? I think that. I think that just for aesthetically looking, I think someone has said it before, and I agree that girls have it easier to have they have a higher floor than guys when it comes to anything. Usually, Valorant or anything like that. If they're if they're like they're good looking or anything like that. Obviously, there's more dudes, so they'll want to swing by that channel more, so they have a higher floor, but they definitely have a less ceiling than guys. I think that's my stand on it. I think it's and I feel bad sometimes because they do have to deal with harassment and shit like that, and people are just fucking, and like I said, it's their ego thing. If they get turned down or something like that, they will like shit on a girl stream. I've seen that a couple of times, and it's really fucked up what they say. So I think that, I mean, you're just asking for the difference or what?
Yeah, like your opinion of streaming as a guy versus a girl and their experiences.
Yeah, I think you have a higher floor for sure for girls. They have an easy way to start the following, but not that they definitely have a lower ceiling typically. Like they'll, and especially if they know people and they're like, oh, this person's streaming, so I'm gonna hit them a follow. But other than that, people usually it's one of three things, and this is for guy and girl, of why you're going to be following a person or being in this stream. One, why it's that they're really good at what they do, whether it's a video game with talents or anything like that. They're just really good at it. Two, you're really entertaining. You're funny. You have good quality. You have good content. Your Twitch looks really nice. Things like that. You're aesthetically really good looking. You do really fucking good at streaming. Three is that you're just good looking and people like you. Like it's you're really charming, whatever it is, whether it's a guy or girl, like I said. So they will have this. It's very easy and very common to people have this. What's it like, the parallel relationship or whatever, paralegal relationship with individuals. So do you know what I'm talking about?
Like parasocial relationships or what?
Parasocial, holy shit, I said paralegal. That's a fucking lawyer thing. Please delete that part. Okay. Anyways, yes, parasocial relationship with these with these female streamers or just any streamers, but technically it's the majority females, right? Yeah, that's usually the top three reasons why you would follow someone.
No, I understand. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Okay, so we talked about meetups earlier, how you met some streamers, especially in New York. And I know you definitely want to meet more people, so I hope you're looking forward to that. 100%, right?
Of course, yeah. I just get so fucking like some serotonin comes out of my fucking body when I meet new people, especially from Twitch, man. Like I was so happy when it felt great when in your event, and It just felt like good old times, and it was a good feeling, man.
All right, last two regarding Twitch. So
Okay.
it's however you want to answer it.
Sure.
What are your thoughts about having Twitch crushes, and do you have one?
Ooh. Okay.
Reaction, love it.
Okay. What's my interaction with Twitch crushes? Fuck, I don't even want to answer this. It's kind of embarrassing. I think that kind of goes hand in hand with the parasocial relationships, right? Like you kind of have a bond with this person, and depends on like what you mean by crushing, though. Like there's like fan crush, and there's like I got feelings for this chick, man. Like they're interacting with this me, and I think there's a difference with it.
So however you want to process that, you could even explain the difference.
I think it's easy to
and apply
it's really easy to in a virtual world now because of COVID, and there are a lot of people in their computers, and very people are very entertaining of people. I think I think it's very common now to develop these crushes for Twitch crushes. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, so do you have one?
Okay, what's the next question after Twitch?
Do you want to move on? We can skip this question. It's totally fine.
Wait, what happened?
No, my question is, do you have one?
Okay. I did. Not anymore. That is my answer.
Okay, remember, I'm not asking you who it is, right? I'm not asking you who. I'm just asking if you have one.
I got you,
So
buddy.
if you had one, what happened?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. No, I think it's what do people usually? Can I ask you what do people usually answer about the first question? Like what?
Like, what are their thoughts?
Yeah.
Pretty standard, like what you said. I mean, it's normal to have like crushes and different levels to it, whether it's the parasocial aspects or if they're just really attracted to the streamer, for example.
Yeah.
There's levels to it.
Yeah, there's definitely levels to it. Am
Yeah.
I crushing on a Twitch person right now? Man, bro.
Your answer says it all, even though you didn't say anything.
Yeah, not anymore. I'm gonna say not anymore as my answer right now.
Okay, but why not anymore?
I thought that was the only question you were gonna ask. I think we're not supposed to dig onto this. Because at the end of the day, like it's like high probability it's not gonna work out unless they live close. Most streamers you get to know or live far, live closer, or whatever. But it's really, and for me personally, like I said, I actually had a segment about this. I know this is gonna be a little bit different, but people are so a lot of people have this like really bad like they think it's cringe shit finding e-couple and shit like that. But
yeah,
it's because like people word it differently, like e-couple, e-kin, things like that. Now, of course, people are gonna say that's kind of weird and cringe, right? But I think people finding people they're interested, like genuinely interested in an online aspect, I think that I have no issue with that at all. I think people dating in an online aspect, I have no issue with that at all, because a lot of people are introverted and they're finding this community together. I think that itself has a lot of common and like commonality in it, and I think it's totally okay. And don't be fucking like, it's okay to if you're okay with not ever like meeting the person in person and developing this friendship relationship with them, and you're okay with that long distance or online relationship, then fucking go for it. Fuck the opinions, like that's one thing, right? It's your life, and if you two think that it could work like that, then fucking do it. Now brushing off of Twitch and developing like feelings or having a crush or whatever, I think that it's common, and why is it that me personally, not anymore? It's because you find out that like the chances are very slim. Um, just because if you're not with them, or just in general, if you're trying to find a relationship that you need to see the person in person, that's me personally. Um, it's not gonna work out for the most part, and it's very uncommon. But fucking go, ye couples, fucking do your thing, Mo. Don't give a fuck about the hate. Why are you embarrassed? Don't be embarrassed. There's nothing embarrassing about it. You guys fucking, if you guys have Valorant in common, you guys probably have more than one thing in common. You guys are both shy, ooh, fucking kids, or people in general. Like you hate people on IRL. You probably both hate people IRL in common, and I think it's totally okay. Fucking go at it.
Nice. Love the passion behind this
Yes,
question. The
exactly.
answer to that.
I think it's just a fucking big stigma now because of e-couples and shit. Because people word it bad, narrative bad.
Yeah.
Because of Valorant.
Okay, so tell me privately, thanks, and we're moving on. Last question about Twitch.
Okay.
All right, this is the big one.
Okay.
So how does it feel to be famous?
Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Stop.
Yeah?
You're not gonna talk?
I'm still waiting for an answer.
I'm not.
So modest, okay.
Shut up. That means the world to me. I appreciate my fans. What do you want me to say, bro?
Whatever comes to mind.
No,
Love it.
no, I'm not. That's my answer.
All right. Captain. Next question. Relative to Valorant now, just brief on that. I know you play Valorant for sure.
Okay.
Best agent in the game right now, in your opinion?
Oh my god. Fuck, man. Probably Jet. People would argue Chamber, but Jet or Chamber.
Okay, how about your favorite?
To play?
Yeah, like just your favorite agent.
To play probably Neon, but like in a competitive level, I don't play her as much because she could be really trolled. But I think Neon's just my overall favorite character. Like her whole style, aesthetic, like that's my favorite character.
How about the worst agent in the game versus the one you dislike the most?
Ooh. Actually, I'm gonna change Neon and Cypher, my two favorite characters.
Okay.
The person I hate and going against the most. Okay, Breaches. I fucking hate Breaches. Like, and the worst character. Like good Breaches are so annoying to deal with. Sorry, that just bugs me even talking about it. I just barked. You know what I'm saying? That's how much it bugged me. Man, the worst character right now. Probably Phoenix though. I think even with this changes, I think he's still the worst.
Okay. Best gun in the game and worst.
Best gun in the game? Oh man. Oh, it's the Vandal versus Phantom game. I'm gonna put a slight edge on Phantom over a Vandal, even though I'd probably buy the Vandal more, but I think when I'm on it, my Phantom game is just fucking different. Like if I'm a beast when
if you're feeling it, right?
Yeah,
Heating up.
Feeling, like when I'm feeling with the Vandal, obviously like the head taps one shot feels nice. But when I feel the Phantom, it's just I'm a fucking different fucking player. Now the worst gun in the game right now is low key. They're all the Ares. Actually, I'm gonna say the Ares.
Ares, okay.
There's probably a better answer, but I'm gonna say the Ares right now.
Okay, it's your opinion.
Yeah.
How about your favorite skin set?
Ooh, my favorite skin set. I don't know. I don't have multiple. Like I have different skin sets. That's also tough. I probably like I don't have any of it. I'm jealous for anyone that has like the RGX. I'm probably be a basic one, RGX.
Mm-hmm. It's okay if you like it. You like it.
Yeah.
All right, now rank your maps, a favorite to least.
Favorite? What? Oh my goodness! Why are these the hardest questions? Favorite to least. Uh, because they change every day. You know what I'm saying? Like my favorites change every day.
Okay. How about like, if
But right
that's
now,
hard, then
like,
least favorite. I don't know.
okay, let's say I'm gonna say Bind is my favorite right now. Watch, I'm gonna play a Bind game today, and fucking I'm gonna change my answer. No, Bind, Ascent, uh, Breeze is up there. I think those are my top three. Icebox, I like that map. Or actually, I would say Icebox, Breeze. I'm starting to like Icebox more than Breeze. Splits, Haven, Fracture, and Pearl. I haven't played enough, but if I were to put Pearl in it, I would say right. I think I like it a little bit better than Fracture.
Okay, so fracture at the bottom.
Fracture at the bottom for sure.
All right, here we go. We're gonna go with the quick hitter questions, the last ones I have. So
Okay.
you just answer them in short, whatever
Okay.
comes to mind. Okay.
I don't do short answers, but I'll try my very best. Okay.
All right, that's fine. Or just keep it brief.
Okay.
What is your biggest pet peeve?
I don't know. There's so much pressure. Oh my god. What's my biggest pet peeve? What's my biggest pet peeve? When you shit talk a person and then you know that they're like really buddy with the person like in front of them. And that's a really specific pet peeve, but I think that's a pet peeve of mine.
Okay. Greatest fear.
Greatest fear? Being alone, for sure.
Favorite food.
Favorite food. Fuck, I love every food in the fucking planet. Wilson, you can't answer for that. You can't answer.
Okay, at the moment.
At the moment, fuck. I hate you for this. I really do right now. Thai food. Do I have to say a specific type?
Yeah.
Can't just say Thai.
Let's do a specific type.
Oh, Wilson. Let's do Pad Ki Mao.
Oh, drunken noodles. Okay.
Fire, yeah.
Favorite ice cream.
Favorite ice cream, like flavor?
Yes, ice cream flavor. My bad.
Butter pecan. Oh my fucking god! If you could buy me butter pecan, I'll fucking propose to you. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Or coffee. Those are my top foods. I love coffee flavored stuff too.
That's good. How about favorite animal?
Favorite animal? Dog. Cause I'm a dog.
Okay. Favorite quote or a quote you live by?
Favorite quotes or quote you live by? Fuck, there's so many quotes I live by, but I just can't remember them. Let It Go by Elsa.
Okay. We take those. That's fine. Alright, what would you consider as your greatest accomplishment in life and your greatest failure or regret?
Sheesh. How the fuck is that gonna be a brief answer? My biggest accomplishment in life. Lord have mercy on my soul. My biggest accomplishment in life. Probably winning that award that I was mentioning to you about, because that was like hundreds of people and I won one of them, so it was nice.
For work, the second time around?
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Really when you lip sync the Bruno Mars.
I did, yes.
Got it.
It was probably really accomplished. My biggest failure in life
or regret.
I think being mm, um just not listening. I think as a kid I just don't listen.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like really reflective, going all the way
Yeah.
back to when you were a
Yeah.
child.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Being just too stubborn and like too prideful as a little kid. I think that, bites my ass and for the future for sure.
I see, I see. Okay, well, I have 3 of my last questions, and at this point, if anyone in chat has a question that you'd like to ask Krushee, feel free to tag me and ask away.
Let's
All
do
right.
it. 3 questions.
What was your first impression of me?
My first impression of you?
Yeah.
Um, so my very first interaction with you, I went to your stream, or no, you joined the Discord, and I'm just being really honest here. I just knew like you were like really popular, like in the things. So like I thought you were gonna have the persona of being too cool to talk to me. But the second interaction, I was like, dude, this guy is so fucking kind. I'm an idiot. I'm actually like the big dum dum for even thinking that. I thought because you were just so popular and like so like giddyful, and I wasn't at that time. I was like, oh god, like this guy just thinks he's too cool for school, huh? But no, I'm definitely wrong. I was, you let everyone in, and you were the kindest dude ever. And I noticed the second interaction with you.
Dang, what an impression. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess I just wanted to check in and ask why you're so cute.
Can you ask him? I will know the answer until he knows that he's cute back.
Okay.
Yeah.
He knows. He could hear you.
Okay.
All right. As of now, who are the top 5 streamers that you find yourself watching nowadays?
Top 5 streamers that I watch.
Yeah.
Wilson Chang.
There's no way.
Chowie. Wisteria, you met her. Vicky and Kev, with no specific order.
Yeah. Wisteria, oh yeah, the friend that you raided with. And then Vicky as in Vicariously.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So 4 like really close. Well, actually, we're all really close friends.
Kev.
I don't know. I'll say 6 too. I watch a lot of Sabrosa like in the morning.
Ooh, okay.
That's like the only like big like really fucking big streamer. Obviously, the second biggest streamer is obviously Wilson Chang, but you know what I'm saying. Sabrosa streams early in the morning, and I watch it sometimes.
I actually missed a question. I forgot to ask you, but how did you come up with the name Krushee?
I fucking made it up. Actually, a little funny story. I made this shit up, so I was fucking. So you know how I was into a lot of like action shit, like Power Rangers, DC shit, superhero shit. You know.
Yeah.
We do like make believe, like make believe games and shit like that. So like, I watch a lot of anime as a kid too. Krushee was like I made it up. It was just a source of power, like fucking chakra, but I named it Krushee. But I was supposed to name fucking Krushee, but I don't know how to fucking spell as a kid. So I spelled it with a K because I thought K was cooler than C, obviously, and I put Krushee. I just made up the name. Right?
Nice.
And it was supposed to be named Krushee, but everyone fucking called me Krushee. I was like, fuck, I guess I'm fucking Krushee now. But it was actually supposed to be pronounced Krushee, but it's all good.
Wow.
Krushee sounds cooler anyways.
That is very interesting to know.
Yeah.
All right, last one. So, using your connection, who would you like to see as a future guest on this podcast, and why?
who would I want to see in this podcast and why?
Yeah.
Like just like a mutual friend between me and you, or like anyone?
I mean, anyone as long as you think you could get them on.
I think the obvious answer is Kev, just because I think it'd be interesting. Kev Jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
And the second question is just because it was one of the first people I met from you. I don't even know if he's ever been on the show. Caster, has he ever been on it?
No.
I would say Caster.
Okay, okay. Cool. Caster.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for me. Like, how are you feeling now that you've gone through like 4 hours of talking about your life?
4 hours? Jesus, Louises. No, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of blast. I like talking, so like, obviously, I had a great time. Yeah, 4 hours. Is it usually 4 hours?
I think it averages like about 3. So,
oh,
you're up there. It's okay.
A little longer.
Yeah.
Longer. It's all good. Okay.
Yeah, you're no longer nervous though, right? You got it out of your system.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't nervous till like. I mean, what do you mean I was nervous the whole time? No, no. I think after like the first few crashes, I got a little bit more in my comfort zone.
Yeah, I'm glad. Like, really, thank you so much for being a part of this. What are you planning to do after?
Well, I gotta sleep fairly early today because I'm picking Kev from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're gonna stream early in the morning in my room, which would be really weird. But
oh, you're gonna stream with like a surprise guest?
With Kev, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a surprise, but
okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna hijack your stream.
Yeah, he's gonna hijack my stream. I don't know how it's gonna work, but
that's gonna be fun. Enjoy that. All right, I'll close this off. For the YouTube segment, and then I'll let you go after that. But yeah, do you think we've touched on like a lot of subjects? Like for the most part, was there anything else you wanted to like briefly talk about or anything?
No, I think there is.
Like there's details, of course.
Yeah, there's details, and like you there's so much about it like a human being. It takes more than like one
sitting
to really know the person. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like a generic, like you could have probably like a generic opinion of me if you listen to all of this, then it's okay, bad or good. So it's yeah, it was very productive, and it was a cool time.
For sure. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. This has been the Chang Gang Podcast, episode 71, featuring Steve, aka Krushee. My guy Steve, thank you so much for being here again. Last minute, you really shared a lot about your life experiences, so much love to you. Do you have any last few words for those who are watching now or will be watching on YouTube?
No, besides me, and obviously to me too, like I said, like it's really hard to judge someone just off like one conversation, even though it was a really productive conversation. If you really want to get to know anyone or me, getting to know that person before actually like getting opinions on it, that's what the number one thing I would take from this. But other than that, thank you for having me, Wilson. I had a blast.
Of course, man. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, even if you're lurking or if you stop by to say hi. I really appreciate that. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up, guys, and hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Remember, use that exclamation guest command to drop Steve a follow, because he is also a streamer on Twitch. He's gonna be streaming tomorrow early in the day, so yeah, thank you guys. Peace out. See you in the next one.